Welcome back to the live stream. Today is 11th of March, Tuesday. I don't really have a daily bias for today, but I do have a 4-hour or 6-hour candle bias right now. Okay, so heading over to the 4 hours, we can see that we have a very near-term fair value gap right here. This candle is going to close in 18 minutes, so I believe we can trade up into this fair value gap right here, which is slightly above Asia's high. We just didn't manage to trade into that so far. On the 15 minutes, we are in a bullish order flow, so I'm looking to see if we can take out some sell stops before we drive the price higher within this current 6 hours candle. Right, so technically speaking, I'll be trading the London session, and the trade has to pan out within the London session. Okay, now for the, let me just mark the opening prices. This would be midnight. Let's use a definite line for it. Right here, midnight. And then right here we have the daily open. And then over here 1:30 is the through session open. Oops. Let's just use 1:30. Right, I'm gonna change the colors and the lines. I want it almost invisible. I need the words beyond the line. Okay, the reason why I'm using these lines instead of the horizontal ones is because this is only for this session. Draw on liquidity. Liquidity. Let's highlight it in blue. I want to see if we can offer OTE. So from here to the current high. Oh, that would be a lot in terms of range. I'm mainly looking at this inversion to see if we can reach down back into this inversion again to take out this swing low, or maybe form a higher low as compared to Nasdaq. Nasdaq is right here. This fair value gap right here is the inversion for Nasdaq. And for YM, no inversions, only the order block with the fair value gap right here. And yeah, that's basically it for today. Maybe I should just turn on the I do have that filter. Yeah, this one. Easy. I don't need to add additional lines. The daily open, the weekly open, the midnight. I just put 0. Can I change the daily open? I can't. Let's just use 6. $18, $18.01, and then the other one would be 2. That is the 4-hour candle open. Oops. And then we have, yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't really need the 130. Okay. Hello, feeling great today. Almost done in terms of analysis. Yeah, analysis is done. Oh, you mean the eval? It's the same. Oops, I didn't log in. Hold on. Right here. 2.1k to go for evals. I'm gonna remove the 2 a.m. opening. Just trying not to complicate things. Yeah, I only need this 2. So let's see if we can take out the lows here and then provide SMT based on the quarterly. So to specify, this is the one that I'm looking for. And then we have the lows right here. This is the Q1's low. And then we have the Q1's high. And above the Q1's high, we have this draw on liquidity. It is a 4 hours fair value gap. For Nasdaq, it's the same. It's just that for now, I prefer to stay on ES. It's more bullish than Nasdaq because if you look at the lows, Nasdaq traded way lower. as compared to ES, right? Can you see the difference? But overall, it's the same draw on liquidity. For Nasdaq, there is a 4 hours fair value gap as well over here. Let me just copy paste everything. Okay, this would be here, and this, which is the high, it's equal highs. It's here. So depending, let's see which one provides first. Of course, if we trade up higher from now, then I wouldn't have any trades. Maybe I'll look for a short back into the range. But it all depends if SSMT forms. I will be trying to short during London. Let's see. If it trades higher first into the draw on liquidity, I'll be looking for shorts as well. So right now it depends whether it runs the Q1's highs or lows first. Better that it provides me with a short, because overall higher time frames is bearish. It will be easier to take the trade. Yes, correct. That is a 4-hour bearish fair value gap. Yeah, for that is for 1:30, right? I know the price. I mean, I know the time. I just didn't want to annotate it because that would be too many lines. I just look at the vertical line if I ever want to refer back. Right now, it does seems like it wants to trade into the draw on liquidity first, and that would be fine by me because that would look like a Judas swing at 2 a.m. And then we can look for SMTs on highs against Q3 and Q4, or maybe even Q2 and Q3. And I'll be looking for Q1's low as my draw on liquidity. Should be an easy session today. And I'll just end the day really early. Don't have to push it all the way to New York. Because on the daily time frame, I mean on the daily cycle, I'm not too sure about the bias on the daily because we have been, I mean Monday was an expansion profile, so usually for that type of Mondays, I would avoid trading on Tuesday. With regards to the daily cycle with the weekly bias, as what you can see up here, weekly cycle, stuff like that. I changed it a little bit to make things more minimal. And then down here on the bottom right, I have the bias for the month itself, month and the week. Yep, so NQ has just closed above the fair value gap as well, together with ES and YM. So I do believe that we are heading into the draw on liquidity first at the start of the next 4-hour candle. This swing low right here is a PSP on the 5 minutes. So if it is true, this low should not be violated. So within the PSP, if I really want to refine it, anything below 50%, that would be this 5 minutes candle's low, but it doesn't have to go down there. but that's the only criteria that I would buy. What do we have down here? We have OT. Yeah, I think OT would be a better option. So that would be something like this, buying the low and then looking for the draw on liquidity up here. Seems very good actually. I mean, I'm tempted to test the theory for PSPs. Okay, I'm gonna test it. Let's see if it fills me. Just one contract. Small losses anyway. I just want to test the theory, right? If I don't put any money on the line, then that wouldn't be a valid test. So if it reaches down here, that would be below this, oh, within this volume balance on 3 minutes. That would be the swing low, 2 minutes, fair value gap, order block, 1 minute, stop hunt, OTE. We have the order block right here. Just gonna leave it right here on the order block. It's a low probability trade. I'm just testing the PSP theory or the concept using OTE as my entry with the bullish order block. Alright, so let's see. Low probability, by the way. Low probability. I'm just gonna not manage this position because that would be the invalidation in terms of the PSP candle. From the looks like it, if I was just to be using the, what do you call it, the market structure, it looks like it's going to fill. Looks like it. Let me just double check on 5 minutes what is ES doing. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna fail. But let's see. I'm curious to find out. This PSP is a PSP without SMT. It's just purely PSP. Ooh. Not a bad close on a 1 minute. despite this what do you call it? Despite this um, downward movement. Man, 705. 705 is a sweet spot, but it's like a 50-50 for you to get filled on that. Okay, we are doing good on the 1 minute market structure, despite the strong close on the 5 minutes. Let's go. Once we take out this high, buy right, I should move the stops down here. Buy right. Okay, I'm just gonna manage it accordingly because we got the fill and price is moving in favor. Okay, we close above the two down close candles that took out the lows, which gave me my entry. So for OTEs, usually they reach for 50% in terms of projections. That would be here. But we do have a draw on liquidity up here, so I'm just going to keep it that way. In that case, we might be reaching into 1 standard deviation. Removing all the risk, which means it goes to break even once we take out these highs here, because it needs to run out in a like a teleportation matter. It has to teleport above. Okay, we got another strong 5 minutes close towards the upside this time round, not towards the downside. So as of now, I can't move my stops just yet. I'll need it to form a higher high in order to do that. Nasdaq has already formed a higher high on the 5 minutes. Yes, it's not there yet. One 19482.5, 19483. Yeah, correct. So NQ has taken out the highs. Right now we're trading back up into the 2 a.m. opening price. That is the 4-hour candle's opening price. It is right here. Oh, we just tagged it. We're not staying above so far. But we gotta drop lower first, so that could print the temporary bottom for the hourly candle. And then we expand higher on the 1 hour candle. Seems like it's baiting those highs because we have formed relative equal highs in the short term, like right here. Probably gonna power through those highs to see parabolic delivery. Oh, that'd be nice. Okay. No. All right, let's go. No? Equal highs? Another equal high? Let me just double check. Yeah, it's equal. We have closed another strong up close on the 5 minutes on NQ. Yes, possibly as well. I wouldn't say as strong as NQ. NQ is stronger somehow. Should have played NQ. Okay, we have the equal lows down here as well. I mean, if it wants to consolidate further, it can take out the lows and then go higher. That is not out of the question because those are just within the 5 minutes bullish order block. So everything's still moving in the right direction. Nothing is invalidated just yet. We closed back up above the 2 a.m. opening price on the 5 minutes. So let's see. Dow Jones, even though it's moving higher, but it's the most reluctant asset for this current move. It's dragging NQ and ES behind. It's trading back and forth into the inefficiency, specifically the inversion fair value gap right now. It keeps retesting it on the 1 minute. This one. But if I want to be really precise, it's going to be the one on the left, right here. This one is more significant because it was utilized to take out this high prior to running the lows. So this fair value gap right here, to me, it's more of a importance, higher importance. You didn't show both on. I don't see PSP on my charts. It's on a 5 minutes candle. Over here, this swing low is a down close candle for ES. It's a down close candle for Nasdaq right here. However, it's an up close candle for Dow Jones. Yeah, YM. I'm just testing the theory, by the way. I'm not fully trusting it, but right now, as it seems, it looks like it's a good PDRA that I can use. Oh, okay. Right, Dow Jones is taking out a short-term high on 5 minutes. A short-term swing high on a 5. Oh, ES took out the high. So I have to manage my stops to this candle's low. Basically the order block, the down close candles. Because of course if we trade below, then all bets are off for higher prices. Oh, looks like I got a lucky win today. Off of a new theory. A trendy? Oh, is it? I didn't know. Let's go! Free win! Okay, because if we took out those equal highs in Q1, I'm gonna move the stops to break even. Right here. Just, how many points is that? Let's do 1 point. 1 point. Yeah, right here. 287529. Yeah, 1 point. Because obviously if it comes all the way down there, then all questions are off, right? I mean, all bets are off for higher prices. This seems like a very bad candle, to be honest. We ran out Asia's high. And what else? It's also a 6 hours fair value gap. Well, if it gets stopped out right here, then I believe it's gonna run higher later on. So we're just gonna look for a higher time frame cycle to complete the move into the draw on liquidity. We haven't closed the 5 minutes candle yet, so I'm waiting for the close. If we do close below the Q1's high, then this is very likely to be a stop hunt of the range, of Q1's range. Oh, free wins don't come easy, I guess. Well, let's see. I'll close my positions at the close of the 5 minutes to see how price wants to trade. We have 2 more candles, including this candle, to close out the 5 minutes candle. What a massive rejection on a 5 minutes. So below this highs is what I'm talking about. It has to close above this highs, or at least this high right here at this very candle. This high. I will be using this high at least. Ooh. Seems like it's able to do it. And then we can run for the liquidity. Wow, what a huge drop on a 1 minute. Staying calm and collected can be really helpful sometimes. Right, so NQ looks wrong. It looks like it can close above Asia's high. I think if NQ can close above Asia's high, I'm gonna hold ES. But it looks like ES is probably gonna close above Asia's high as well. Asia's high is this level right here at around 637. Oh, it did close above? It closed right on it. But it did close above this high right here. So I'm going to hold it. Right here, this high on the 5 minutes, we close it above. So I'm going to hold this position and wait for the full TP. I'm gonna see where it reacted off from. Is it the 0.5 level? Yeah. Classic OT. Dow Jones is moving as well, so all the indices are in sync. I'm just gonna be patient with this. Alright, so same thing, the next 5 minutes candle should close above the highs as well. I mean the swing high right here. NQ as well. I don't really want to see any 5 minutes closure below Asia's low until we take out the draw on liquidity. So if we do close back below the highs on the 5 minutes, I will look to close the position. But to be honest, it's here not. And at the same time, this move right here, I'm giving a time limit up till 3 if, let's just say, it continues to consolidate. So it has to attack this level by the end of the 3 AM candle, which means 301. 301 is the dayline. or should I say 301, is the time stop for this particular trade setup. Right, so 1 more minute. The next candle will be the last 1 minute candle to close out the 5 minutes candle. A very important candle. Right, let's see. Right now we are here. If it tags the low right here, the high, it should be immediate rebalance price action. So I really want to see an aggressive move higher right now, and a close above this high minimum to validate the continuation higher. So I'm just gonna pull it right here to see if we can close above. 10 more seconds to go. If not, I'll cut the position. 3. Okay, I'm going to close it. Boop. I didn't get the I didn't get the spike up higher. I still think that we're gonna trade higher. It's just that it's probably gonna be in the next 5 candles on the 1 minute. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I could have waited, but it's okay. Because I still think the draw on liquidity is going to be met. It's probably going to run it up now, or maybe it's gonna take a longer time. I just didn't like how I'm waiting for it. So I'm just getting out. So overall, easy free win for today. I'm up 383 on the small little scalp for the ES. We are 1.6k away from the target. Right, we have another fair value gap on the 5 minutes for NQ. Probably is going to trade into that before going higher. So if that's going to happen, then for ES it's going to be probably taking out these lows. I'm not too sure. Let me just see. Yeah, because there is no 5 minutes fair value gap for ES, or maybe trading back into the inversion. Yeah, probably trading back into the inversion. But by right, this candle should provide the move higher to take out this short-term high. Because if it does not do that, then it invalidates the immediate rebalancing whereby this candle has painted. Immediate rebalance and then fails to go higher, that signals weakness in the order flow on the lower time frames. I'm glad I closed out the position. So I think the highest or the lowest that it can go to is this candle right here. It's the proportion order block, the opening price of this candle right here. And now if it does not close higher, then it's going to take out some lows on the 5 minutes. I mean, not the swing lows, but the lows of the candles on the 5 minutes. So let's say we have 2 more minutes to go. Let's take a look at the 1 minute to see what it's doing. $15 minutes candle, it's really ugly. Looks okay for NASDAQ. Probably ugly for ES. Yeah, it looks ugly for ES, but it's not closing back below the opening price of this down close candle, so for me I think it's fine. For now I'm just going to stay on the 5 minutes because right now I have nothing and I'm looking for shorts if it trades up into the draw liquidity. I'll be looking for further longs. Like let's just say we trade down lower after taking out this high here and we have SMT down here and this is still open. I am willing to trade up again into the draw liquidity, okay? Because it seems like it wants to go lower to provide a deeper discount relative from this range low to this range highs, and then we're going to trade higher because since Monday was an expansion, Tuesday is probably going to just trade within Monday's range, so I'm not looking for further downside expansion unless it proves me wrong, okay? And then we do not get this draw on liquidity on the 4 hours time frame, but to me it seems very unlikely, right? Because we have closed above this down close candle and this down close candle took out this candle, so I mean this is looking like CRT, but you stop hunt on this candle and then you look for the highs, right? CRT. Yep. So right now I'm just waiting. Waiting. Okay, so we closed back below the opening price of this proportion order block and the immediate rebalance did nothing. So for me right now, it looks like it wants to run to the lows. On the 1 minute, seems like a very good trend line, and then very good liquidity is down here. This, when you trade it down lower like this, it is like a red flag because we took out the highs. It should teleport all the way up here if it wants to do so, but the fact that it has traded all the way down here, for me this is a red flag that we might be in a longer consolidation prior to running the highs, or it's just going to leave the highs for the later quarters. So yeah, that is one of the red flags, which is why I decided to just cut the position once we close back down below the what do you call it, the high of this high, the high that made the low. Okay, now let's wait for new structure to form on the 5 minutes, or should I say resume waiting for the higher time frame order flow to align. Anyways, I just thought about it. Let's see if we have SMT on the highs. This high right here. So all the indexes took out the high. So let's take a look at the body. This is the body. Is it a lower? It's equal. Let's take a look at YM. YM is a lower high, and then on NASDAQ is an obvious higher high. Oh, so we might have something down here on a 1 minute to target this low, or even this low right here. Oh, let's take a look. There's always something. There's always something. Is there like a 5 minutes oh, PSP? Nope. Okay, then I'll have to rely on the SMT. Let's see if there's any SMT. on the lower time frames, and that would be between this quarter and this quarter right here. Okay, no SMTs at the moment, so I can't do anything right now. Let's take a look at the Dow Jones to make sure there is no micro SMTs. Yep, no micro SMTs, so I can't do anything. No PSB, no SMTs. Yep, can't do anything right now. Not gonna force anything. Let's see if we have a reaction of the order block on the 5 minutes. So this candle right here, the candle that took out the highs. Let's see if we can have anything, any reaction, and then we trade lower. And then I'll use the 5 minutes as my entry instead of the 1 minute. Because we do have SMT on the bodies, it's just that it's between Q2 and Q1, so it has to be on a 5 minutes analysis. Dow Jones looks bearish. It's close below the up close candle. So far, none of them is invalidating the proportion order block in terms of the mean threshold. Let me just double check. Dow Jones. Dow Jones is not like a proportion, it's just more like a order block. Let's see. Oh, we closed below 50% for Dow Jones. That's really bad. If I'm bullish. So let's see if we can trade both ways, but I have to but I have to wait for some confirmation. I guess until ES closes below the green candle, the up close candle, then I can look for shorts. Same thing for NQ. But right now they're not doing that, they're just staying above the low. Closing above the low, not staying above, but closing below. Closing above. Looks like a trend line to me. Looking at the 5 minutes swing lows on lows. Technically speaking, the logical stop loss for that previous trade that I took is down here. If I'm still in the trade, is the swing low down here, or should I say the order block low down here. So right now, because it hasn't invalidated that level, I think it's best to just stay put and wait instead of trying to short at this point in time. Just wait, because it could be like a accumulation profile, and then eventually we do trade up into the draw liquidity. So the deadline is the same thing, it's 301. It still has to finish the draw by 301. It's just not the best thing to sit through in this high resistance on the lower time frames. So let's see if my stops would have been triggered if I waited. So the stop, since I moved it to break even, it was oh, it stopped me out. I see. I'm glad I closed it. Okay, back into waiting mode. So over here, I noticed that we have printed another PSP candle. So if we drop down into the lower time frames, from this low to this high, price has basically traded back into OT again. And then right now it seems like we're heading into a bullish order flow. We are closing above these two down close candles after taking out the stops right here on the 1 minute. So let's see if we can gravitate higher and higher. So this is just like a observation. I'm not taking any setups with this, just observations. So technically speaking, the low of the PSP should remain intact, which means the stop loss should be at the low right here. We're heading towards the 301. We are left with only like 7 minutes. So in 7 candles, price has to trade up all the way into above this highs and into the draw on liquidity. Let's see if it is possible. But honestly speaking, the equal lows on Dow Jones is just too suspicious. On the 5 minutes, equal lows on the 5 minutes. The only thing is that we did not invalidate anything in terms of bullish order flow. On the 5 minutes with Nasdaq and ES, they're still respecting bullish PRAs and not forming any bearish PRAs so far. Alright, so we're still not closing below this candle's low. Okay, wrong. Just when I said it, we close it right at this candle. So I believe the next draw on liquidity would be down here, or I will look to see if we form any SMTs between Q2 and Q3 on the lows in order to go higher. I still believe we are going to draw into this level here, but just maybe not right now. I'll be looking for another opportunity to go long later on. So back into the waiting game. Okay, so right now Nasdaq and ES is making lower lows after taking out Q1's high with the body SMT against YM. So this low right here is probably next, and I'm looking to see if I can get a entry down into the lows. Is there any PSP candles on the 5 minutes? No. So I'll just have to look for a OTE. From here to here, we offered OTE right here. Oh, let's just look at it on the 5 minutes. Okay, so the move that made this low was from here to here to the current price. Right now is Q3. Oh, then it's not a good timing. Never mind. I'm not looking for shorts. I'm still going to stay with longs, because if we take out any lows, that could be a possible SMT. So I don't want to be trapped in that. So right now I'll be focusing on the lows on Q2 right here. Alright, so YM is heading towards it so far. They have not taken out the lows. Okay, so if we do have a retracement and then we do not take out the lows, then I'm okay with that entry. Or should I not? Let's calculate the risk. What am I risking here to gain? $300, 150 about, close to or not really. I'm thinking about it. I guess, well, I think it's gonna take out the low here. Let's see. At the rank next candle, I guess. So yeah, because if it takes out the low, then I won't be entering. It has to provide the low for me to target at least. Seems like it's going to provide that. We don't have SMT up here. It's 245 candle. 62.75. I'm going to try it once this candle closes, and then we not take out the lows, and then we don't take out the lows. However, the limit is going to be at 705 to reduce risk. So technically I'll be buying, I'll be selling at the order block. Let's just put it at the opening price on the order block. Yeah, this one. But we traded lower at the hourly candle. Never mind, I think I'm having too much I'm having too much analysis going on right now, and it's more like a back and forth thing. I don't want to do it. I'll just wait for this in order to short. Let's just stick to the rule. I think that'll be easier. Better on the mental side of things. And in terms of framework as well, because if I enter right now shorts, I'll be trading within the range, and that usually does not pan out. Let's see. Let's just wait for SMT on the lows in order to get any longs into the drawn liquidity. That's gonna be the plan. And until we do that, until we trade into the drawn liquidity, I'm not going shorts in the London session. AM session might be different. So let's just say if we continue trade, let's just say we gravitate lower in the terms of expansion towards the downside in London all the way to AM session. Then on AM session, I would look to take out Asia's low. That is pretty simple. Pretty simple there. I just realized the mic was muted. But anyways, I was saying, I decided not to take the short. I'm just going to stick to the framework. For shorts to play out, I have to see this draw on liquidity taken. If we don't trade up here, I won't be looking for any shorts. And until that happens, I'll be looking for longs when SMT presents itself to me. Okay, the reason why I'm not taking that is because right now we're trading at the start of a new hourly candle. So we closed the hourly candle near the highs, right? If you look at this, the previous candle, or should I say two candles before, it was an inside candle. We traded above to take out this high right here. Okay, so the likelihood of us just running higher at this candle into the drawn liquidity is higher than trading lower into discount. However, if it does the opposite, I can actually go for longs to the drawn liquidity, so I wouldn't be losing anything, right? Because if I were to short within the range and it trades into the drawn liquidity straight away, then I would be taking a unnecessary loss. So in order to prevent that from happening, I'm just going to wait. And that's it. That was what I said. Well, seems like I'm going to be right on that short right here if I've taken it, but it is totally fine. So let's see where we have traded to from this high to this low, all the way up into the opening price and specifically 705. So from now onwards, I would like to see price starts to attack the lows. This is the 1 minute. The order flow should be bearish, so this fair value gap, I would like to see it respected to go lower. This one. Take out the equal lows and then trades all the way back down into the opening price for today. Which is at 1800. So just imagine it like that. The first hour from 2 to 3, that is accumulation. And then from 3 to 4, it's going to provide the manipulation lower for the 4-hour candle. And then from 4 to 5, it's going to provide the reversal of the manipulation. And then 5 to 6, the distribution of the 4-hour candle. That's how I view it. I would prefer it to trade higher first to provide me with a shorting opportunity, because that would be in line with the higher time frame order flow. So in this case, these equal lows, if it is kept like that, it would be the best thing that can ever happen for today on the charts. But either way, it's fine. I don't really mind if it trades lower first and then we go higher to take out the 4-hour fair value gap. Okay, so after this fair value gap, the one that you would be looking for, the B array, would be this up close candle. For continued order flow bearish, you really want to see this respected, especially when we are so near to the lows, because if we take out this candle's high, that is high resistance, so you don't want to sit through high resistance. So what can you do? You can use the 25% or the 50% of this candle for entry to go lower. So right now, as you can see, it's trading into the 25%, and that is the thing that you would like to see, just trading into 25 and then drop lower. You don't really want to see it tag the 50% and or soft invalidation would be closing above 50%, right? This fair value gap can be utilized as well for retracement back into it. Let's just say if it wants to, but that usually signals weak strength in terms of going lower. Okay, so we have closed above 25%. So right now I think we're reaching for the 50%. That would be not too good if I were in a short position right now. Alright, so we have reached into 50%. This is usually the last defense. Okay, if we don't have any respect off of these levels, then price is probably gonna reverse on you, and then it's either reverse fully or it is like a stop hunt and then lower, which could be very frustrating. So we're closing at the 50%. Okay, so that is not a good sign. Usually you want to see the bodies close below 25% for the bearish idea to be strong. There's clearly not doing that right now. And here we go, stop hunt. I used to take these losses a lot, which can tilt you. It can tilt. It can make you go into a tilt, and then you would be over trading eventually during the session itself, because you tend to want to revenge trade to bring it back. So right now it looks like it's finally going to gravitate towards the highs. I mean, best case scenario, and then we can have a short down into the lows, the clean lows right here. And of course, specifically the lows that is formed during Q1 London. Okay, so right now we are having a displacement lower, and this was the high that made a lower low. So if I were to continue, if I want to catch on to the trend to take out this low right here and then trade into this candle right here. Why this candle? It's because it's a 1 hour fair value gap. The other thing is that it is a 1 hour candle without a bottom wick. So let's see how this candle closes and if we can take a trade down to this level here. So to validate this trade idea, I need price to close below this low. Okay, once we have that, I'll look for OTE relative from this high to this low. And then I'll see if the risks to reward is good enough. Ooh, the OT is so high. It's probably gonna trade into the breaker or this or the block. What I can see here is this candle is the proportion on the block, right? Because it has traded into this candle before getting engulfed by a down close. So right here, let's take a look. Yep. So we should not violate this candle's high. So in that case, let me just re-access the OT here. Do we have any PSPs? Nope. Okay. So in an event we trade up all the way into OT right now, that would be an immediate rebalance. So I would be expecting very aggressive feedback off of it. 28.05. Let's just do 28. Looking for the low right here. Technically speaking, it should not offer OTE at this point in time, not now, maybe later. So for me it's easy. As long as Nasdaq holds the low here, Q1's low, I would be interested in the trade. But once Nasdaq trades below Q1's low, I would be no longer interested in the trade unless something tells me otherwise. Because by that time, ES would be really near to my target. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep on shifting lower and lower. So this analysis right here was correct. It's just that it was based on the 5 minutes OT. So this price action right here is more like a high resistance stop hunt, and then we have this expansion lower. Right, as the risk to reward goes lower, the maximum I would like to have is at least 2R. So in this case, that is 2R. Let's see if it provides that move. The other thing to take note is that because we are right now expanding lower, OTs usually do not offer. At most, what I can see it offering is 50%, but if I do get the OT entry, that is considered lucky. Okay. If we close this candle above the previous candle's low, then I think I might have a chance. If we close it below the previous candle's low, then I think it's just going to continue to expand lower without any breaks. Five more seconds. It closed right on the lows. YM closed above, Nasdaq closed below. So what I can see is Nasdaq reaching into its 5 minutes fair value gap, whereas ES trades slightly higher if it wants to. The fact that we have closed below the daily open right now, I don't think it's gonna fill my orders. However, if it does fail, then it's really luck. Looking at the three indices, all of them have the same hourly candle whereby it doesn't have a bottom wick. So I'm going to stay valid. I'm going to take the trade until this is printed. Then I'll probably look for another trade. This trade setup right here. As long as this is not attacked on one of the indices, I'm fine taking it. Okay, so we made a lower low. 2675, it's the same level. We moved lower again. So right now 50% is right at the midnight open. And that could be a possible entry as well. How much do I left? 1.6. The likelihood of this trade panning out is very high. So I'm thinking if I should increase the levels here. Let's do 3. I only need 1.6. Right here. The fill would be at the fill would be at OT actually. So down here to here, 1.6. So let's see if it wants to provide me with the entry. Seems like it can trade into at least this fair value gap. Alright, I'm just checking on the 1 hour and the 15 minutes to see if everything is valid. Alright, so far so good. Yep, so far so good. That would be the breaker entry. I mean right now if my fill is right at the low that made the high, which is basically a breaker trade. It would be entering at the low of the 50 minutes on the block. Ooh. Okay, I'm in. Nasdaq is still not traded into the fair value gap just yet. ES has the potential to push slightly higher. Okay, Nasdaq is traded into the fair value gap. So right now I would like to see this order block hold the price. This is a proportion order block. Right, so I want to see a strong reaction away from it. I don't really want to see any bodies closing above 25%. That would be this level right here. YM is doing a really huge retracement. It's almost enveloping the down close candles, so that could be a signal as well, like some sort of crack in correlation, because it's supposed to be the more bearish asset. Okay, I would be cautious. So if we close above this fair value gap right here, that is a bad sign. If we close above the 25%, that is also bad. So let's see. We have 25 more seconds to go. Okay, and if we closed within this fair value gap right here, the next candle has to close below the fair value gap. If not, this trade idea would be pretty much low probability, right? And I would look to cut the position, or should I say cut the losses. Cut loss. Okay, so we close within the fair value gap. This candle right here has to displace and close below this low right here. I mean, this candle's high. Fair value gap's low, basically. I mean, I should have trusted the proportion order block in terms of entries. Fair value gaps and breakers just 50-50. They don't work as well as order blocks. For OT, it's just a gauge. You want to see your PD arrays fall within the OTE. Alright, I like what I see because there's no bullish fair value gaps. The best thing that I can do right now is to close this candle below the daily opening price. That is the best thing that I can do right now. The other thing is that this right here is a PSP, so I have to be really cautious. I need to demand a strong price action here. I mean, a strong close towards the downside. Alright, so if this candle does not displace and close below this low here, I'll cut the position. It is 3 more minutes to go. Right, so whether there's a PSP or not, the most important thing I think is still market structure. PSP is just a PD array. If it aligns with the narrative, I mean not market structure but context and narrative, if it aligns with the narrative, then that would be high probability. I mean, that's how I think for now. Because I'm not going to treat it as a pattern. In 2 more minutes. As you can see right now, we are having some issues displacing below. And it's something that I don't really want to see because I'm in a short position. And because this is a continuation, the fact that it doesn't leave any fair value gaps right here, it doesn't leave any unfilled portion of the fair value gap. It could mean that price is either weak in going lower, or it wants to consolidate first before going lower. So in both scenarios, I don't want to be in this trade idea. Due to the fact that we have taken out this low right here. So price should have continued lower without any form of high resistance, because we have high resistance here and we have expanded lower. So there's actually no need for much more consolidation right here in order to attack this low right here to form the discount of the the discount of the 1 hour candle. It is also a 1 hour fair value gap. Alright, we have another minute to go. It has to be a down close, at least. Last 30 seconds. I'm ready. I'm ready to cut the trade. Okay, I'm cutting the trade here. This is not the reaction that I want to see. We closed above the fair value gap. Right now we are back at gave back some of the profits here. So let's see. Seems like this high right here. How annoying. So we're gonna leave this here for later. Rewind to what is this candle? 345 for the second trade of the session. I don't think so. I don't think it's nice at all. To me, this looks more like a stop hunt to run higher at this point in time. Because the draw has been really clear. So in this case, I can look for, since we have a PSP down here, I can look for OTE. Yeah, pretty simple. Oops. Look for OTE. Oh, that's really low. Did it provide OTE right here? No. Can look for OTE. That's the only thing I can look for. One shot run. I think that's gonna be the case. Okay, at this point I don't think it's going to offer OT, it's just going to trade into the draw on liquidity. And if that's the case, the logical areas to buy would be this consecutive down close candles, or I can utilize this inversion fair value gap right here. But obviously I'm not going to do that because that is not my model. So I'm just going to do OTE. If it fails me, it fails me. If not, then I'll miss the move. And then I'll look for something above here. Maybe some shorts. Because down here we don't really have any SMT. Not even on the bodies. We only have the PSP candle. So in this case, let's do a trade, create new order. Oops, not this one. Long. I'll long the down close candle. Looking for the draw on liquidity right here. How much more I need? 1.9. Oops. Yeah. 1.9. If it fails me, of course. Right here. Alright, so we have this down close candle, right, reacted nicely. We have the inversion fair value gap as well. Looks like it's going to form a fair value gap. That would be a valid entry as well to go higher, but it's just not my entry. Let's refine a little bit. If I use this range, the entry is going to be down here. Because we're trading inside this range, discount is this inversion. Are we trading into some sort of 15 minutes? Let's see. Let's just see right here. We're trading up into a 15 minutes OTE. After displacing lower, but the close is a little bit too strong in my opinion. What's the range? Yeah, we closed above 50%. Okay. So we're still going higher. Just to make sure. Okay, in such a case, because we are in a range bound condition, I think this would be a more valid OTE placement from here to here, and then right here, 62. Looking for 9, yeah, right here. It's probably not gonna fill me anyways, but let's see. Trading back into the range of Q1, that means this is a turtle soup, and this right here is a turtle soup as well. There's a 15-minute wick with no wick below you. You mean this one? It's fine because right now we are bullish on the 4 hours, so this doesn't matter. I can be wrong, but I'm willing to take this bet. Alright, so we have a fair value gap right there, but the issue with the fair value gap, it is not. Let me just take a look. Is it? Yeah, it's not below. I mean, it's not in the discount. So if just based on ICT rules, all I have to do is to go down to the lower time frames to look for a fair value gap in discount, and we have none. We only have this down close candle that is in discount. Oh, probably some inversion. We do have this inversion fair value gap. This is good. In discount. And then for OT, we have this right here. So over here, I can clearly see the market maker buy model on the 4 hours candle at the start of 2 a.m. Accumulation, distribution right here is the low, and then reaccumulation, and then higher. Oh, too bad if I'm not part of the move. I'm gonna ignore this and this one. Yeah, I can remove it as well. I do expect a retest to at least this inversion on a 1 minute. if it wants to provide me with the entry, this highs should be left open. I think once we take out this highs, we're going for the draw. Ooh. And then I'll be looking for shorts. Did we take out the highs? Not yet. Dow Jones is just not having it. That is good, because if Dow Jones is unable to trade higher, we will have SMTs. Okay, we took out the highs. It should not come back down. It should trade all the way to the draw on liquidity, and then we can look for any possible reaction off of those levels. I'm going to wait on the 5 minutes. Okay, finally. So right now on the 4 hours, this is the fair value gap that took out the low. Okay, we are bearish. We are in a bearish order flow. On the 6 hours, we have this fair value gap right up here, but we're trading above this high right here. So the same thing can be seen on Dow Jones and Nasdaq. So for Nasdaq, the 6 hours candle right here is a PSP candle. Okay, so I'm looking to see if it wants to trade up into this fair value gap instead of this one, but we need to have some form of retracements, that's for sure. And what else? There's no SMTs on the lows as well. All right, so in order for us, or for me to think that price would want to move up into this level here, there must be some form of lower time frame SMT to confirm the move. So right now we don't have that. Therefore, trading with order flow, that means we are going to move lower now. So in 5 minutes, I'll be looking for lower time frame SMTs, basically the 90-minute cycles, because we're trading within the session. I like how Dow Jones is not making higher highs in terms of the Q3 and Q2. So if we get a strong break lower, like closing below these two up close candles, then I can frame a possible trade to take out the lows right here and into this candle's opening price right here. So I have to wait for Q4 because we're so near to it. I don't need to rush in. Okay, as long as I see a close below these two up close candles, then I think we're pretty much good to go for lower prices in the short term. And then for New York, probably we form some sort of SMT and then we trade higher again, because I think Asia's low is pretty much the low of the day. Okay, so if I were to just use this daily range, for example, that is going to be this low to whatever high that's going to print, and then the OTE is going to be provided later on, and I think it's most likely going to be the AM session, and then we run it higher into the PM session's high, yesterday's PM session's high. That would be the fair value gap on the 6 hours time frame. So this is the roadmap for today. So I'm bullish today. So it would be from internal to external, and then from external to internal with regards to sessions. So I'm curious to see if the defining range is stronger or is PD arrays stronger. So for defining range, we have 0.5, which is slightly above this high, and then we have 1 standard deviation. Usually 1 standard deviation and 2 standard deviation is the strongest, but I want to see if we can trade up into these levels here before displacing lower. Okay, so over here we have traded into the 1 standard deviation right here before reversal. Okay, so let's see which one is stronger. Is it the 4-hour in terms of market structure, or is it the defining range? But it only applies to this current session. Alright, I like to see Dow Jones. I mean, right now Dow Jones is falling apart. It's slowly falling apart. So that is good because that is the cracking correlation that I want to see. If Dow Jones had the same follow through, I could be taking continuation setups to go higher, but because Dow Jones did not have the same momentum, I can't take any continuation trades even if it trades down into 50%. Okay, because this for me is a little bit too shallow for a run, so I think we can trade higher to take out this high minimum before we drop, if it even wants to do so. And if it aligns with the defining range, we have to trade at least into I think 0.5. That is the, it's like how ICT uses his CBDR. Alright, so 1 would be the optimal, 0.5 is the minimum. So right here we have it. and then let's see if we can get into one. Okay, so right now we're heading into Q4. I would like to see Dow Jones stay below Q3's high, because if Dow Jones takes out Q3's high, then I can't look for short anymore. So right now what I'm looking for is if we form a micro cycle SMT. If we were to break lower, do we form a micro cycle SMT? Because if we do, then I can look for shorts to go down into the lows right here. Because right here on the 5 minutes, I can't seem to find any structure to key off from in terms of when can I start to look for shorts, right? The only thing that I have is this swing low right here. which is I wouldn't say it's the best if you trade up here and then go lower, but let's see what we get, right? Right now it's too early to say because Dow Jones seems to be gravitating towards the Q3's high. Nice direction so far. This is 4:30. Right, so we have not run the previous quarter's high just yet for NQ. Let's take a look on the ES. The high is 64375. 64375. Yeah, so it's the same high right here. I'll be watching out for this high. I like how we are trading below this last up close candle, because it was the candle that took out the bullish order swing high right here. So the fact that it didn't print any fair value gaps means that we are really near to the high. Near in terms of time, we are close for the highs to form. So I would like to look for this move to be completed by the end of this session, which means before 6 p.m. That would be best case scenario. I think we can form the micro SMT between the current Q1 against the previous Q4, because if we continue to consolidate, I think Dow Jones can gravitate up into Q3's high. Alright, NQ is gravitating towards the previous quarter's high. Yes. Yes is slower. Quite reluctant. I'm halfway falling asleep. Okay, we have taken out a short-term low on both Nasdaq and ES. Let me just double check on ES. It looks like equal lows. Yeah, equal lows on ES. don't have to need YM, I don't have to need ES and NQ to form SMT on the micros, but if they do, that would be great, because Dow Jones has already formed the SMT between Q3 and Q2. I mean, is that right? Let me just double check. Yeah, between Q3 and Q2. So if all of them starts to drop lower, then that could be the trigger. I just need a YM to confirm that bearishness. Because it's the weakest, it should provide the first trigger. And because right now I'm trying to capture the highs, it's better for me to have a stacked SMT, which means higher time frame SMT with regards to the 90 minutes, and then after that a lower time frame SMT, microcycles. So that would give me a higher probability. So in this case, if Dow Jones takes out the what do you call it? Q1's high, or should I say Q4's high, without S&P and Nasdaq doing the same, then I think that could be viable as well. So as I was speaking, Dow Jones has taken out the previous microcycles high, which is previous microcycles Q4 high. I'd like to see either one of them, NQ or ES, fails to take out the highs, which is this high right here, this candle's high. And then now I would like to see a break in structure. So this is a potential PSP candle. Let me see if there's another one. No, it's just this candle. I need some validation on 1 minute. A lot of things to look for when you're trying to capture the highs, as compared to just waiting for the displacement and then just wait for OT re-entry and then that's it. Okay, I like how Dow Jones is breaking lower. So this high right here. So right now we are having a possible stacked SMT. And I'm just waiting for the close of this candle. Not yet. Dow Jones did not close below the up close candle. I'll wait for further price action. So this high right here, against this high in the SMT between Q1 and Q4. So I want to see this persist on, best case scenario, for me to get into a short. Time is sort of running out because we only have like a close to an hour, 1 hour and 10 minutes to go for the displacement lower into the drawn liquidity. So let's see. Because this asset is forming a what do you call it, the lower high, I have to use the higher high to anchor the OTE. We are heading into Q2 right now. It has not shown a displacement yet. Looks like ES wants to take out the high. Looks like it. We're trading multiple times into the 4 hours CB. We have not formed a lower low on Dow Jones yet, so I'm waiting for that to happen, and I want to see displacement. We're heading into the last hour on the 4 hours candle. Okay, finally, Dow Jones has formed a lower low. I would like to see displacement now, like huge down close candles to confirm this move, and of course candles closing below swing lows. Wow, it just went right back up. As long as Dow Jones stays below Q2's high, I will continue to look for micro SMTs. Okay. Yes. Equal highs. Alright, so ES and YM has taken out Q1's high in this current 90-minute cycle. So let's see if NQ fails to do so. And then we break lower. This swing low is the one I'm looking at. So if we take out this swing low right now, from now onwards, then I think it is a possible reversal. Of course, if Nasdaq takes out the high on Q1, then I'll have to wait for the next quarter. Okay. Yeah. So why I mean the Nasdaq is taking out the high. Right now it's just bodies. Dow Jones is getting really near to Q2's high. Q2 of London session. It took out Q3's high. Okay, no body closure confirmations. Nope. So I can remove this. Because it doesn't matter anymore. Right now I'm waiting for Q3 to form, which is 5:15. So at this point in time, I would need like a strong 5 minutes displacement in order to be bearish. Either that or I can wait for 5:15. So there are two options here. Alright, I'm going to move to the 5 minutes right now. And wait for a possible displacement. Well, apparently YM? Okay, never mind. I thought YM did not trade above Asia's high. But it did. Just one step above. Okay, I'm gonna set an alert. So the alert would be YM taking out Q2's high. I'm going to go AFK for now, and I'll come back later. Alright, so over here we have YM taking out the Q2's high, and then it just dumps. So I don't know what to say about this. All I can see is there is no real SMT so far, and we are really close to 515. Not even on the bodies. Yeah, so I can't really say anything for now. I can't really see anything for now. All I know is that from here to here, the dealing range, we're probably going to retrace into 50%. So 50% will be here. That will be this down close candle right here. That is the only thing I can think of, but I'm not going to trade this. Obviously, there's no SMT. Is there a PSP candle? No, there's no PSP candle as well. So right now, just wait, continue waiting. If Dow Jones can continue trading lower and then we stay consolidated like this, when New York AM session arrives, I think we can run the high and then drop lower, with Dow Jones not running out London's high. That is the only scenario that I can see playing out in the New York AM session, since we have traded into a 4-hour CB. The other case would be if it really wants to trade higher into the previous session's high, which is this level here. Let me just double check. Yeah, this level here. Then I think we can do so in a continuation profile. And when we touch here, that's going to be the high of the week. I mean, high of the day. And then we drop back lower. That should be during the early hours of AM, which means 10 a.m. 10 a.m. onwards, because Asia provided the move higher. London was just accumulation and then continuation higher. So the high is probably going to form at 9:30 to 10 a.m. And then we do some retracements, and then lunch hour would provide the reversal. Or should I say, heading into lunch hour, it would provide the reversal. So 10:30 onwards. Let's take a look on the daily candles. What are we doing? Nothing much really. 4 hours. Yeah, so far we're still bullish. $15 minutes. Well, on the 15 minutes, we do have a lower body in terms of SMT between Q2 and Q3. We still have not closed above Q2's body's high in terms of the 15-minute candles. So let's see what happens then. It's too early to say. For now, what I can see is a possible bearish price action heading lower, but I'm not too sure if this is going to be attacked. We have quite a bullish close on the 1 hour for ES and NASDAQ, so I think it's going to continue higher. Dow Jones is more like a Six Sister concept thing. Yeah, everything should be clearer by New York. It's always like this. When you have 2 quarters behind you, it's really clear. So on a 1 minute, I can assume that we are trading into OTE to take out equal lows. Yep. Oops. I wanted to I wanted to shift the orders, but it's okay. Yeah, we are close below the 4-hour CB now, so we should continue to move lower. Just a small little scalp, provided I don't get stopped out. Alright, so we traded into the fair value gap. I don't want to see it come back again. So this order block is going to be the stop. We closed below the order block. That traded into a premium fair value gap. So to me, if it is going to go lower and to respect the bullish order flow, it should not trade up into the order block. I mean, beyond the order block. Alright, so closing above 50% of this order block would be my soft invalidation. This is more like a miscue here. I wanted to put at 62. Just couldn't, it just failed me. Now let's see the close. Mistake, man. This was a mistake. Okay, never mind. Minus 50. Gave back all the free profits from earlier. It's fine, it's fine. What am I looking for right now? Am I looking to push lower in the last session here? We have accumulation, manipulation, expansion during Q3, consolidation. This is a micro sessions, by the way. And then right here we have, oops, not this, but right here there is no form of SMTs. Yeah, I'll just have to wait for this quarter and this low. I wanted to use the OTE to fill like 62%. I didn't saw that the orders were placed here, but it's okay. I should not re-enter because right now it's not the, I'm not in the state where I should open a position. I'm just gonna wait. this right here is the, and then over here accumulation. I'm looking for something like this, possibly. And then get the CSMT down here. That is provided if we want to close the 6-hour candle bullish. NQ seems more willing to trade lower. As compared to ES. I might have to swap the assets if I were to trade the micro timeframes. We'll see how this goes. Over here we have ES, and let me just swap it to NASDAQ. This is the high. I'm looking for shorts, by the way. The lows down here looks too good to be true. Within this 90-minute candle, this is the current low for Q1. this 15 minutes fair value gap to be filled. YM is just trading in a straight line. We do have SMT between YM took out the lows in Q2, but the thing is that we are trading into this for our CB, so that's the only issue. That is the only issue right here. From this low to this high, OT is right here. It's not the best. Not the best. What a boring session. Ah, too much consolidating. Okay, I can remove this. Okay, I'm just going to not trade the micro session. I'm a little bit too lazy to look at the lower time frames. So I'm just gonna stick to this, and if we don't get anything, then obviously this will be the end of the session, not the live, but the session. I'm still going to leave it on until New York. We probably get something in New York since we have a consolidation in London for YM, not really for NQ and ES, but I believe we can trade lower. It's just how high it wants to bring it before trading lower. Okay, I'm gonna remove all the annotations during the London session, and then I'm going to look for higher time frame PRAs, because for today I'm not trading the daily bias. I'm not sure where is it going to go. Is it going to go higher or lower? I'm not too sure. So I'll be looking at a possible return into this PM sessions high. Draw on liquidity. Because we would have, I guess we're going to have a strong close on the 4 hours. Look at this. And then it's a what do you call it? Oh, is it a 6 hour PSP? Yeah, we are going to form a 6 hour PSP. So we could trade down into the 6 hour PSP. So this is the PSP candle. It's a down close for Nasdaq, I believe. Yep. So because this is down close, we can trade back into the week. Okay, in the next session, which is New York AM session, which means we might take out London's low. That is my assumption. And then on the 6 hours, that would be the draw on liquidity, and then on the 4 hours, that would be somewhere in the middle of this CB, which is valid. Okay. For ES, it's the same. Gonna remove the lines here. Okay, so for ES, 6 hours, oops, that would be this candle here. Draw on liquidity. And then on the 4 hours, yeah, it looks like it wants to close strong. So if it closes strong, then we look for this, and then let's take a look on the 15 minutes. Anything? Nothing right here. This is a swing high. We have a head and shoulder pattern. Swing high, the head, the shoulders. So we're probably gonna run this swing high if we run into this level here. Huh, interesting. Okay, and then this is the 15 on the 5 minutes. I'm gonna mark out the AM session for later on. for NASDAQ as well. What did I do? Okay. Yep, and that should be it for now. I'll watch and see where we close before I go AFK. Here to here. OTA is down here. That would be interesting. Actually, I can do this actually. I'm not too sure if I should. Let's take a look. On the 15 minutes, we have the down close candle. We have this. We close strongly with a PSP candle on the 6 hours. Right, so on the 15 minutes, any return back into OT would be a buy actually. This is tempting. Which one is stronger in terms of the 15 minutes? ES is stronger. NQ is stronger. Yeah, I think NQ is slightly stronger. What is the risk for NQ? Low to high. I think it's in a rather good position down here. Let's look for a inversion. We have this. Let's look for 3, 2, 1. Oops. 1 minute. We tested this inversion before. 30 seconds. This one. Or this one. Did we test this before? Yes, it did. What about this one? Tested it before. Then I'll have to go for this, which would be at this right at the start of the right here. Unfortunately, I might have to do that. So it's either I buy right here or I wait for price to trade down here before I buy. We are bullish on the daily, but bearish on the higher time frames. Let's not risk it. I'm not going to buy here. I prefer shorts for higher time frame. Yeah, let's just keep it that way. Okay, how many more minutes? 10 more minutes. Looks like a perfect OTE buy entry there, but I just can't take it due to the fact that we are bearish on the higher time frames. I need to align with it if I'm trading the daily bias. In that case, I would like to see this low hold and then we continue higher before we come back down. So that would be 1, 2, and 3. 3 sessions of higher prices, whereas YM is just consolidating. I'll be commenting on and off, which means I'll occasionally mute my mic. So now what the issue is I had with the trade that I took right here on the 15 minutes. Alright, so initially I wanted the fair value gap to be attacked right at 9:30. Instead, it provided the move lower into my draw on liquidity first. And then when we came up here, there was only one thing price could do that I want to see, which is completely overlapping this first presented fair value gap. Okay, because we do have news driver at 10 a.m. so we might form SMT on the highs. Right now what I can see is Dow Jones is trading lower, like it's trading in its own world. So what I'm looking for is SMT between ES and NASDAQ. Let me just take a look at ES to see what's going on. Okay, so ES is going lower, so NASDAQ is trading higher, right? So at this point in time, I would like to see if NASDAQ wants to make a higher high right here, because above this high is the 6 hours, which is the PM sessions high. Okay, the other thing that I want to take note is on the regular trading hours, look at how we have equal highs up here when we traded all the way up into this 15 minutes fair value gap. So that is a possible draw on liquidity for 10 a.m. later. Again, and then I want to see if it wants to trade higher and then lower. For me, overall, we are still bearish and I'm looking to short. Okay, the reason why I closed my trade here is because I see this huge first presented fair value gap and we have the RTH gap right here. So it invalidated the RTH gap and closed above, forming the first presented fair value gap right here. For me, this is more like a stop hunt to go higher, to take out these equal highs here on the RTH chart. Okay, so with that in mind, I closed my position as soon as we traded down into the first presented fair value gap. So right now I'm just waiting for the news. ES is trading lower, Dow Jones is trading lower, NQ is going to trade lower eventually, so I'm waiting to see the SMT print and then we can resume shorting. Right, lucky I was in front of the screen. I was doing something else before that. Okay, so this is going to be the SMT between the 9 to 7:30. So we have the 7:30 as Q2 and then the 9 a.m. as Q3, and then 10:30 would be the end of Q3. So we should get the move lower by 10:30. Oops. Right, so in another case is that I could be wrong in terms of my bias, whereby Dow Jones takes out the Asia's low and NASDAQ and S&P just trades higher. That could be the case as well, but the likelihood of that happening is quite low, to be honest. We are one-sided since Asia, right? We took out Tuesdays, we trade up into the Monday's range, but notice how we did not manage to trade above the 25% of Monday's range. Right, so we are down here. This is about 25%. Okay, as long as we stay below 50% of Monday's range, we are bearish. And that's the context here. So right here, as you can see, we are trading higher. ES as well. So it makes things a little bit complicated. The reason why it's so hard to trade for today is because Monday was an expansion. So Tuesday is going to be an insight day, that's for sure. Therefore, it's easier to have targets that are within Monday's range. So we have formed a higher high right here for NASDAQ. I want to see if we get a breakdown later on. I think best case scenario on a 5 minutes chart. Right, so this is the first presented fair value gap. I'm not going to use this for now, just going to keep it clean, and I'm going to watch how we draw up into the PM session's high, and then if we get any form of reaction at all after taking out the PM session's high. And then at the same time, at the point of time, I would like to see where ES is trading to. Right, so far ES is just tapping into its OTE. As long as ES does not take out this high, I'm fine. Right, so 10 more minutes. Ooh, quite a number of questions. Let's see if he's still there. Tricky day. From the low to the current high right here for ES, it basically traded into OTE as well. Oh, sorry, not OTE yet. It's just discount. Okay, that means we have room to go lower. Right, so right now I want to see if, yeah, 9 more minutes to the 10 AM news. Very interesting day. Because we have a small range in London, New York is probably going to be quite a large range candle. I think about one or 2,000 more to go for the evals. Well, 1.5k to go. Yesterday's RDH seems tempting. Yesterday? Ooh, yes, you're right. But if we trade up here, we are no longer bearish, and we might want to look for Monday's high. I mean, not Monday's high. Is it Monday's high? I think it's Monday's high. Let's take a look. That is around 925. Yeah, then Monday's high and the new week opening gap would probably be in the target area if we trade up into yesterday's RDH gap. CPI depends though. I think Monday has set the high of the week if we were to continue to trade lower. If CPI drives into RTH, then we are actually bullish for the week. Right now, let's take a look on the 4 hours and the 6 hours. Yeah, the 1 hour, the 1 hour just does look bearish on a 1 hour. Right, so on a 1 hour, this is where we are. We took out this short-term high, we drive it higher again, and then if you're gonna trade back up into this level here, it's not impossible, but the way Dow Jones is trading doesn't seem like it's allowing Nasdaq to do that. Similar to ES as well, it is reacting quite nicely off the OTE for ES. And for Nasdaq, it's just slightly confusing. I think I'm just gonna pot this thing over here. Yeah, I think it's much more simpler. Let's do it in the same color scheme. What color is this? Ooh, can't seem to see. Green, blue. It's okay, I should just revert back. Yeah, I guess this is the best. Oops. Okay. Watch a few lessons. Hope I'm not too lost anymore. ICT took the trade to 9,585. Oh, yeah. He's looking for those equal highs. Alright, so Dow Jones is approaching the low of the day. I want to see if we can. I might have to use a 1 minute entry, which I do not really like. Well, let's see. Because I don't think the 5 minutes is gonna offer me an entry. The price movement is just too big. Alright, so we have the 930 lows. Draw on liquidity. Okay, 1 more minute. If it gives me a down close candle like straight into the draw liquidity, it's just not my day, man. 15%. Right, so with the news, Dow Jones took out the current low of the day. Let's see if we can form SMT on the lows with S&P. I'm not really using ES right now. I'm not really using YM right now because it's in its own world. I'm only using ES as the gauge for SMT. Right, this could just be a perfect stop hunt to run the PM sessions high. Right here, we have OTE. If it has provided the clearest draw on liquidity for all three assets, this thing right here, I would have taken it without a doubt, even though there's news. But the problem is YM is not participating, so it leads me to believe that one of them is going to be the fake mover, and looks like in this case it's going to be Dow Jones. then that means I'm wrong on the bias. Okay, so we took out the highs one more time. At this point in time, if I were to have this entry right here, that would be my stops. Okay, so we ran the highs one more time. If we come back down, then that would be a very good indication that probably YM is correct. A lot of back and forth in terms of bias right now. Seems like that's going to be the case. What time is it? It's 10:02. So this is 9:45 is Q3. The highs on 9:45. Yes, took it out as well. Okay. All right. So now we look for shorts. We took out this swing low here. I don't even know how to look for shorts in this type of scenario. Let's drop down into the 30 seconds, 15 seconds. OT from this high to this low. OT is right here, man. Short this high here into here. How much is that? 1,000. Okay, doing it. I only need like 1,005, so I'm going to adjust accordingly later on for the move. So right here, as you can see, I'll be adjusting it. 15 seconds PD array within the OTE. There's really nothing here that I can utilize. What about 30 seconds? Nothing as well. 1 minute. Oh, 1 minute we do have this volume imbalance. That can work. But if of course if we just keep trading lower, then there's nothing I can do. Okay, right now OT is here. I'm just gonna keep doing the same thing until I get my entry. Okay, and we will be looking for the current session lows. Seems like Dow Jones is right. What's the line right here? Can't tell. Okay, now we have this order block, but for me, I don't think it should trade back up into the first presented fair value gap. I mean, it should not trade above the first presented fair value gap, so I'm just going to keep dragging along. Right now OT is at the breaker. Is there anything on the 5 minutes? Nothing as well. Okay, so we have reached the initial draw on liquidity. Right now we have the highs here. Unless we get a strong close on the 15th, I'm going to stick to my bias for shorts. We have this swing low and we have this fair value gap right here, coupled with the inversion as well. So this could be my next oh, this is looking pretty sus. $1.5, right? Yeah, 1.5. I am thinking this level here with ES trading down into the lows. I am thinking right now, doesn't look like a the fact that we missed this. It is really hard right now. I'm just gonna double check on the 4 hours to see where we're at. We took out the highs, we took seek and destroy. Seek and destroy, seek and destroy. 90 minutes. Seek and destroy as well. This is 7:30. We took out Q1's highs and lows right now, so until 10:30. Okay, so we have until 10:30. Hmm. 10:30 is right here. I'm not liking this. There is fair levels for both sides. I'm just gonna cancel this order first. The first thing is we are not really clear. We have the lows right here on the 15th. We have the highs right here, which is the 6 p.m. I mean 6 hours fair value gap. Just right up here. Okay, we formed a swing low on the 6 hour side frame. We traded above, we closed above this initial fair value gap right here. How far did we trade into? We traded into 25% of the week. Dow Jones took out the week. We are trading at the lows of Mondays. Yes, it's not closing below the green candle that is formed on the 50 minutes so far. We still have 5 more minutes to go, and right now we're trading above the, we're trading right back into the green candle for ES right here on the 15 minutes. This is Dow Jones. Yeah, this is ES. So this green candle right here, this I'm not liking this. The reason why I closed my orders is because of ES is doing this. From here to here. Wow. Okay. Man, this is giving me Alright, so we have traded into my supposed entry. Oh, this is not looking good. Yeah, better to stay put. I'm not doing anything for now. Ooh. I'll wait for Nasdaq to take out either the highs and lows at 10:30. Oh, prior to 10:30. Sorry, after 10:30, and that should probably be the stop hunt to go lower. Ooh, actually, seek and destroy for Nasdaq. Wow, everybody's getting wrecked. On the 15 seconds, there's nothing over here. Do we trade into OT? I mean, are we respecting OT? We are sort of respecting OT. No, I want to see where ES closes. Yeah, I'm just not liking the fact that it has to trade up into these levels which is above the first presented feather gap after taking out the sell side. And ES is not trading the way I want it to, because I need ES to fall like YM in order for me to be bearish. I'll wait. Okay, yes, it's starting to move below. We have 3 more minutes to go for ES to validate the move. "15 seconds. It's closing up all the gaps. I might be right on this one. I just didn't like how we are trading in terms of different directions for 3 indices, and we are leaving sell side and buy side intact. Okay, I like how ES is trading right now. It has to close below the up close candle for me to validate any shorts. YM is trading lower now. Initially it was running higher above the Asia's low, but right now it's below Asia's low. So if ES can provide me with what I want to see, I think I would be easier to make my decision. It would be easier to make my decision. One more minute. Right, we're trading into a fair value gap right now. Okay. It sure does look like it wants to go lower. ES is having a strong close. I would like to enter off the OT from this range to this range. That would be over here. If ES can close below. Okay, good. Stops right here. How much is it? Is it? Okay, sure. I'll take this. I only need 1,005. Yeah, I like how ES closed. So if we get a trade up into that level, I think that would be a good re-entry. It's 43. 493. We have a fair value gap here. That could be more than enough to send the price lower. Seems like it's not going to offer that move. On the 1 minute, we do have this fair value gap. Price is starting to close below again on the first presented fair value gap. Oh, this is a fair value gap as well on the 1 minute. It has left. Ooh. It has left the building, offered discounts, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so above OT we have this fair value gap. I'm willing to take a shot right here. Above a swing high into a fair value gap. Yep. Just missed this fair value gap right here. 5 minutes, are we forming anything? Nope, not really. We are still within this range here. Oops. Where's the Fibs? Yeah, discount is up here. I can only short up here. On the 15. Yeah, bearish. I'll say I'll put my stops up here. What's this? 2005. I'll manage to stop manually because we're still within this range, so I have to consider the fact that it might want to run up here, even though it should not, but it NQ is giving me issues right now. Okay, I'm just gonna watch and see if it plays out. What's your entry? That inverse? What inverse? Not really, it's just OTE. On the 30 seconds, there's a fair value gap above that 1 minute swing high. I think it would be easier catching the move on ES. Too fast of a movement, I think. Gets the heart pumping. So right now we're trading into a bullish fair value gap, and that should send the price higher above the 1 minute swing high. Come on, give me the entry, then you can run lower. Straight around the daily open and the midnight open. No entries for me. That's really sad. Oh well. 50% is right here. I traded all the way out here and chose not to tag the 50% of this dealing range, highs to low. Oh, I think if we close below this swing low, we're done. I mean, done meaning I will not get the entry here, which is unfortunate. I'll probably have to look for something else on the higher time frames. Alright, so let's prepare for it. So on the higher time frames, depending on which low it trades to, I think we can draw into this level here, similar to YM and ES. So if that's the case, then I'll have to put the fibs like this, and then we keep drawing lower, 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 lower until we get the retracement that I need. This move is probably gonna last till PM session because we did the manipulation in New York, and the manipulation was really late, like 10 AM. So yeah. I think in that case ES would be a better pick. Not really. For OTEs, not really. NQ would still be better. I just missed my orders by by a few points, man. News I got wicked out in profit from my short. The NTP got hit. You forgot there was a news. Wow. Dangerous living. Okay, we're just gonna have to wait for the retracement on the hard time frames. It's probably gonna be the 50 minutes retracement. Not gonna give me an easy win today. Alright, so we start drawing the fibs from the highest high to the lowest low right now. Oh, we have one small tiny little fair value gap here. Let's see if we can get down here before the retracement. Oh, that would be a very strong retracement. So we took out the range, highs and lows. Dropping back down into the 1 minute. If this was my invalidation, OT would still be here. So I'll just need to keep it that way. Five minutes, anything? Nothing as well. This was the OT, but because of the intermarket correlation, it screwed me over. But it's fine. We're gonna close this 15 in 2 minutes. I want to see if I'll be comparing between ES and NASDAQ to see which one provides the better OTE entry. But obviously, because if I'm looking for shorts, ES is a weaker asset, so ES should be the one that I choose. But let's see if it fits into a PD array. Then I'll use that one. I'll pick that one as my asset of selection. Would you consider from yesterday's low to today's high? Why would you do that? You mean from the low here to this high? Or is it going to be from the low here to this high? We are in OTE from bullish perspective. Yes, you can say that, but on the hard time prints, we are bearish. So when we are bearish, I don't really look at bullish PD arrays because I want them to fail. That's the idea here, which is why I'm not trying to draw the OTE from the bullish perspective. Unless YM shows the willingness to trade back up into Asia's high, I would not be bullish. Because right now we are following Dow Jones in this current move lower. Dow Jones was the first mover for lower prices, and then ES followed after, and NASDAQ was the last one. I'm sure maybe it might provide a bounce in terms of retracements for OT, but I don't think we're gonna reverse from here. Yes, seems slightly better. Made it lower high. Let's take a look at the 4 hours candle. Yeah, it looks really bearish because we traded into a 4-hour PD array. Over here as well, 4-hour PD array. Didn't manage to trade into the 6 hours PD array. Can see clearer things on ES. I'm probably gonna switch the asset to ES. Let's cancel this. Yep, I'm gonna switch it to ES. It is more clearer. Right, so from this high to this low, OT was off it, make it lower high. So this was the impulse move lower. Any move above this high invalidates the entire move lower. So we right here we have the 50%. OT is just right here around 50% of the move. Short to take out the lows. Stops above this high. Let's see. One contract. Actually, I can even do this. Yeah, it would be more than enough. So over here, I just have to do this. Right here. Yeah, because ES is more like a more bearish asset, so it might not want to reach into OT. Maybe just do 50%, and I'll be using the fair value gap right here. That is going to give me 7350. Just making sure that I get the fill. Alright. So no matter how low we move, as long as the low is not taken out, we'll be in premium with this current dealing range. I'm fine with that. I don't think Nasdaq should trade into the current OT anyways. I mean, it can prove me wrong, but I'm just going to use this and I'll monitor Nasdaq on the side. We are in OT from 50%, yeah. Above 50% is premium. So any price or PD arrays above premium is good enough for shorts. OT is more like catching the high, in this case high of the impulse lower. OT is catching the perfect entry. It's 50% is all you need actually. You see, if I have used the 50% on Nasdaq, I would have been filled right here on the 1 minute. So over here, down here, look at 50%. Above 50% is more than enough, and I can use this what do you call it, the order block. Bearish order block is my entry, and then down we go. Right, so 50% is all you need. Don't really need the OTE. OTE just for like perfection stake. Perfection stake. Sick. 5 minutes candle. Give me on yes. If it runs the low for ES, then I think I wouldn't have a trade today. I mean, without feeling me, then I wouldn't have a trade today. I think that's what I think is gonna happen. Because right now we don't really have any form of high impact news to allow price to reprice to that level. So yeah. We might get the retracement for Nasdaq after ES runs the low. That wouldn't be optimal. I'll need to go down to the lower time frames to verify that entry. Nasdaq just have to ruin it for me. took the low on MNQ. What do you mean, man? Or are you referring to MES? Not really, but really close. Like equal lows right now. Oops, where is ES? Oh, ES actually took out the low. Yeah, we took out the low by 1 point, like a 0.5. Let's see in terms of standard deviation, where can it go? Where is the possible retracement level? One standard deviation. No man, don't look for bullish SMTs. That is not happening. Because YM is way so much lower. There is no way it's gonna print a bullish SMT. I mean, bullish SMTs are not like that. It's way too far for it to be a bullish SMT at this point in time. I think it's still pretty far away from the low. Oh, it's gonna get there. It's going to get to the lows. And the other thing is SMTs, you want to look for those that are formed in the consecutive quarters, right? Because this low right here was formed in Asia. What you're really looking for is SMT between Q3 and Q2. It doesn't work when it's Q3 and Q1. You can't skip the quarters. I mean, for high probability SMTs, that's what I'm referring to. So in the case of NQ and ES, and this high right here, it was between this lower time frame Q3 and Q2, right? And then you got this, and then you have this sell-off. So it has to be like a consecutive quarter. Alright, now ES is probably gonna retrace and then get me filled and then run the lows one more time. I don't even need the lows to be ran out. I just need like how many points is that? 30? Yeah, about 30 points. I just need about 30 points. So what I'm doing right now is actually similar to how ICT has taught the OT pattern. So because we're bearish, we're looking for the lows to be ran out. So every time once an asset runs out the low or the highs of a previous session or previous day, it's going to do it one more time. So in order to get into the move that is more like a continuation OTE, you use the OTE right here, and then you just plot your fibs, and then you look for the 62 retracement, and then you can see it running again down into the lows. So this is actually a valid trade. Now that I thought about it, just came into my mind suddenly. Yeah, definitely it's going to be like an SMT for retracement, but then after that it's going to continue the move lower. Alright, let's take a look at NQ. What is it trying to do? Alright, so for NQ, the OT is way above. It's so high, man, for NQ. I would prefer NQ right now to show some form of weakness and not trade up into all the way into OT. However, I would like to see ES trade into OT because it took out external liquidity. Yeah, that's way too high. I'm gonna leave the orders here and I'm gonna take a look at NQ. Alright, so for NQ we have an implied fair value gap right down here with the bullish order block. So 50% of this wick right here is actually the start of the implied fair value gap, and then you can use the other wick on the side. 50%, that rectangle right there is the implied fair value gap. So right now we're trading into it. Now the 1 minute looks messy. 5. Nah. Yeah, so implied fair value gaps are drawn like this. They can be utilized, but right now it's not in premium. Or is it? No, it's right on premium with regards to this dealing range. What else? Oh, actually I could have drawn this. Now I would have the entry right here. But that's hindsight. Could I have done that? No. Nope. I thought we were bullish today. Yeah, we're bullish until this happened. Because at this point in time, YM was trading lower. So we can't be bullish when one of the assets wants to go lower. It has to be in sync. So as YM is going lower, ES was going lower as well, and then we have NQ taking out the highs. So that is a very high suspect for the crack in correlation, and one of them is going to be a fake mover. So in this case, turns out YM was the fake. NQ was the fake move, and then eventually we crashed lower. Higher time frames, we are still bearish. I might be bullish initially on the daily time frames, but we have to align ourselves as the day pass, because remember that New York usually presents the distribution. So in whatever direction New York tends to displace to, just trust that and you'll be right most of the time. Alright, so in this case we have the manipulation at 10 a.m. in the New York AM session. So for that particular manipulation, we formed SMT on the highs. Because of that, we traded lower, and that's it. That's the idea here. Right, on the higher time frames, we're still really bearish. Monday was an expansion lower. So Tuesday is usually the continuation of Monday's price action. And then maybe we form like an inside day for Wednesday. But Probably not this week because this week we have CPI on Wednesday. So we're probably going to run some highs and then we're going to continue lower if that's going to be the case. Yeah, because NQ has not reached its objective yet. The other thing is YM is trading a lot lower, like not just like a shallow stop hunt and then closing back within the range, it's extending beyond Asia's low, right? So this is YM. So if I were to anticipate some form of reversal and closing back within a day, YM should at least give me some sort of reversal moves, but right now it doesn't seem to want to reverse just yet. So because of this, I would be anticipating NQ to follow through, taking out the lows for Asia. Yes, that's the whole point of SMT, but you need to apply your context and narrative first. So context and narrative is more important than SMT, right? Because SMTs can always form on the highs and the lows, and then you might take them and then sometimes you get stopped out. The main reason why we get stopped out is because the context and narrative is wrong. But obviously this analysis right here that I'm doing might be wrong as well. I'm not 100% strike rate. I just know that since the manipulation has provided the SMT and I'm looking for lower prices together with the SMT presented, and then right now we are expanding lower. This is the first leg of expansion if you consider the SMT on the highs with ES right here. For Nasdaq, it's also the first leg of expansion. So usually expansion comes in 2 to 3 impulses. So for the first leg, they would usually provide a continuation entry, and then the second run will be the aggressive one. Look at how we just ran the lows, very shallow run. It's not like a very deep run. So for jitter swings, usually it's a very deep run on the higher time frames. Have you calculated your winning rate? I'm gonna do that for the we call it the funded account right here. So it's going to be calculated live, and once I'm funded, which means I pass this account, I'm going to share the dashboard every week. At the end of the week, then you would see the winning rate forming live. I think that would be more interesting instead of me telling you. What are your weekly targets? You mean the draw, the weekly candle? NQ seems to be retracing more now. They are pretty much the same because I'm measuring based on the impulse with regards to their dealing range. So we're about the same level away from the 50% for NQ. The weekly targets, let me see. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Okay, this low right here. You see how we have traded on Monday? Lower. We failed to take out the low. Below this low, we have the volume imbalance on the daily time frame. So this is the draw on liquidity right now. Eventually, I think we might want to draw into the lows down here, right? But before that, I'm thinking that they might offer some form of retracement at the start of April or prior to April, and then we're gonna do the second run lower. So this is the first impulse. Take a look at NQ. Reversal. We have that order block. Did we run this high? No, not yet. We traded into the BPR. I mean not BPR, the inversion value gap right here. And then we drop lower. Yeah, I think one of the issues that I have is that whenever there's a reversal, I always tend to use the fit from here to here. Sometimes it works, but sometimes it just utilizes the fibs from here to here. Oh, it's okay. It's just me missing the move. Well, if it provides, it provides. If not, I'll wait for tomorrow. I think I might have to wait for lunchtime. 11:30-ish. How many screens do you have? You seem to be typing something most of the time. Am I? I have two screens. One is with Dow Jones and Nasdaq. The other one is this one that you're seeing on the live stream. So two screens. It's not typing, it's more like I'm alternate tapping. I don't have enough screens. Yeah, 12 p.m. But I think 12 p.m. is going to provide the second move. So best case scenario, we have 11:30 retracement. Best case scenario. If NQ trades into OT first, I might just enter on NQ. I want to see where ES is when NQ trades into 50%. And obviously I would like YM to remain heavy, staying below Asia's low. YM is, NQ is approaching the 50% right now. Yes, it's still lingering around. Alright, so NQ is trading up into the 50% now. ES is still here. I'm watching closely. It might want to go for the fair value gap for NQ on the 15 minutes. And if it does, it looks like a really good entry. It's offering a lot of premium at that price. But that would mean that we are trading back into the first presented fair value gap. Right, so let's take a look at NQ. Oops. Yeah, right now we are back inside the first presented fair value gap right here. OTE is just somewhere above here. Alright, but it doesn't need to offer OTE, by the way. So I don't really care about the first presented fair value gap because it hasn't been utilized nicely for today. We just basically trades through it all the time, so I wouldn't consider that to me like a high. I wouldn't regard that highly. And for today's scenario, S&P still here, trading back into the candles there. Is there anything I can blend? There's only this level here. Alright, it's approaching the 50%. Seems scary. Hi. Okay, why do I keep mentioning YM? NQ is trading up into the OT right now. Not yet there, but just a few more points, 10 more points to go. Yes, it's about 5 more. No, sorry, same thing, 10 more points to go. Alright, NQ has just tagged the OTE, not the fair value gap, but OTE. So I think once NQ trades into the fair value gap, ES can trade into that fair value gap as well. Probably going to be a slight overextension for NQ into that fair value gap. Seems scary, seems like a second. Yes, you're right, seems like it. 15 minutes fair value gap will hold. Let's see. Alright, so 4 more minutes for this candle to close. I would prefer us to trade into the fair value gap before this candle closes, so that we can have like a strong close. But I mean strong close towards the downside. But right now, let's see. This sure looks like a possible what do you call it, high resistance on the lower time frames for Nasdaq, not for ES, because Nasdaq has not reached its objective yet. So I would like to see continuous price action towards the upside without giving any form of entries, like a no rebalance and then higher, no such thing. I want to see it just press up higher, 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 because then on the way down it's going to be low resistance. Yep, this is exactly what I want to see. Okay, so NQ has just reached into the fair value gap. Alright, we have stepped into it. Now let's take a look at the close for the 15 minutes. We are 2 minutes away from the close. I would like to see this trade aggressively lower on the close. If not, the next candle just totally disrespect this up close candle, and then we trade down all the way and close below 50% of this candle's range. That would pretty much verify that I'm on site. For NQ, we just tagged the... No, we didn't tag the 705. Yeah, but as I anticipated, it traded through the fair value gap due to its bullish nature in this current move. Let's wait for the close. Alright, so I'll be jumping down into the 1 minute, and I'll look at the order flow on the 1 minute. The stop loss is not big in my opinion. It is just 1% of the account because it's a 150k account. Alright, so for the 50%, what I'm referring to is this this current 15 minutes candle. I would like to see this candle close below 50% of this up close candle right here. So from this low to this high, 50%. I'd like to see it close below. Just now I was muted. I'm going to mute occasionally due to life. Okay, I'm back. I was AFK just now. Here we go. Shift the bearish on a 1 minute. I already took a shot. I'm done. Oh, nice, nice. For me, loitering around the same price level, it's more like the smart money accumulating their positions, like opening up positions and then building positions. So to me, it's okay. Right, as long as the higher time frames respect what I'm looking for, I don't mind the lower time frame loitering around. For me, what I'm looking at is how it traded up there. Right, so if you take a look at the run into this impulse right here, it did not offer any form of rebalancing before the run higher. So to me, the likelihood of it coming down here is very high. Even if I'm going to be wrong, okay, it's going to come down here to fill some inefficiencies before it goes higher. So I like to see this type of runs when I'm shorting. Like I have my orders up there, and then when it runs up into the orders, it's like this. Right? It's not like a sustained price run whereby you have lots of impulses. So this type of moves are usually low resistance, because when it reverses, it's going to match the speed in which it runs up. Well, if this trade pans out and it hits my buy limit or my exit, then I'll pass the evals. So once we get down into these levels here, I would love to see price just melt through all the fair value gaps. Why not put the... Yeah, I'm just aiming to pass. I'm only like 1.5k away. So that limit order is actually 1.5k profit. Right now it's more like the close your eyes and wait for the price to go to your levels. Because I can't do anything right now. I cannot micromanage the position because it's based on the 15 minutes time frame. I have to let the candles paint on the 1 minute. Right, looks like it's going for another stop hunt. Or maybe not. Best case scenario, the high stays like this, because this is more like a IOFED. If it trades up higher again, that high should mark the high of this move. right? So if we continue to make higher highs as we trade up, then of course I would consider closing the position, because on the 15 minutes it would not reflect what I want to see. YM is still staying below the Asia's open, like way below. So to me this is fine. I don't really have any what do you call it, any reason to want to bail out. Yeah, 3 more minutes for the 15 minutes candle to close. I'm not liking what I'm seeing on NQ, because it is respecting the previous 15 minutes high. But it's fine. I just have to wait for the close. Yeah, I like how this 1 minute candle is closing, where we basically invalidated the bullish fair value gap. So right here I can see a bull flag. Obviously I would like the flag to fail. Your stop loss is my target. I see. At what point would you deem it as seek and destroy? Seek and destroy is only happening on NASDAQ, right? Not on ES. So for NASDAQ, it's very simple. If NASDAQ starts to ramp up its speed towards the 10 a.m. highs, then to me that is seek and destroy, because for NASDAQ the seek and destroy happened during the 8 a.m. session between the quarters. So Q1 was taken out by Q2, which is 7:30 to 9, and then Q2 highs and lows were taken out by Q3, which was 9 o'clock to 10:30. Okay, and then at the 10:30 candle we took out Q3's low. So by right, if we are going to maintain this profile here, we should run the highs of 10 a.m. in Q4, which is 30 more minutes to go. Yes, only in NQ. So seek and destroy is more like an expanding range. Later, I'll show you later. It's very easy to determine and predict seek and destroy. Okay, so right now we have not the ideal close that I would like to see. So this candle here, I would like to see large down close candles. I mean on the 50 minutes, I would like to see large down close candles. Because we have formed a swing high on the 50 minutes. I like how price is teasing this fair value gap right here. This 1 minute fair value gap. Look at how it just missed the fair value gap. 15 minutes look like a rebalance. If it is a rebalance, it's going to this place higher right now. And then we're going to close above this high. If we close above this high, then I think, yeah, seek and destroy is probable on NASDAQ, which means it's going to pull ES higher. I just have to trust the 15 minutes. Okay, so right now NQ is retesting the 62% level. Notice how we did not trade into 62 just yet for ES. It failed to reach into that. Therefore, I'm allowing price to go up higher one more time. The good thing about this is that it is not reaching into this level gap as it trades higher. So this right here, to me, it's like an imperfection that needs to be fixed. Okay, we're nearer to the highs as compared to NQ. So on the micro sessions, it is this and this one. With this high here at 1053. So this is the high for this quarter. I would like to see SMT on the highs right here if ES is to run this high. I would like to see NQ fail to run this high, and then we would have a stack in terms of SMTs. So right now it's 11:30. I was expecting the price to run towards the objective at 12, so we still have time. Which is why I needed the retracement to be done prior to 12, so that we can have the move lower on 12 onwards. We have 10 more minutes to go for this 15 minutes candle to close. I'm just going to remove the lines here, and I'll just put the micro cycles. Yeah, that would be easier. Well, best case scenario, it takes out the highs before Q3 ends, which is in 3 more minutes. I'm fine having no SMTs as well. But it would be nicer if it has SMT, because that is going to provide the aggressive move lower. We have wicked into the bearish fair value gap for NQ 3 times already. They usually say the third time is the charm. Just kidding. Look at how we're not getting any reaction of this bullish fair value gap for ES so far. Right, so if it is an immediate rebalance for NQ, then this candle is failing to do what it needs to do. Right, because for immediate rebalance, there's a deadline for it. So the deadline would be the end. By the end of the second candle, it has to displace higher. And it's going for the fair value gap. I really like NQ's candle right now on the 15 minutes. We have 6 more minutes to go. We have ended Q3, by the way, on the micro cycles. Let me check the bodies. If it is the body, that would be even better. Q3's body for NQ. Alright. Yeah, we do have SMT on the bodies. Right, so for bodies, that would be this high right here for ES. So NQ did not manage to close above this high right here in terms of candle bodies. And that is good actually, but this price section is not telling me that. Okay, maybe one more SMT between Q4 and Q3. Let's see. YM still has an inefficiency to trade up into on the 15 minutes. Alright, so no SMTs right now. We are displacing higher in terms of 15 minutes. It only has like 20 minutes more to go to take out 10 a.m.'s candles high. It's looking like seek and destroy. Yeah, we are indeed closing above candles and respecting them. You're right. YM is trading to Asia's low so far. So depending on this 15 minutes candle close, I'll manage the position accordingly. 3 more minutes for the close. So the soft invalidation would be this right here. If we close above 50% of this candle, I'll cut the position. 3 more minutes to go. NQ is reaching for the 79% level. Why that candle? Because in terms of fair value gaps, this is the wick that is forming the high of the fair value gap, correct? So technically, you don't really want to see this violated because above here, it's all balanced. So price should not need to close above. And if we close above, it means that we are trading back into the range, which is not ideal for the position that I am in right now. And looking at YM, I mean not YM, NQ, if it closes above the bearish fair value gap, then obviously we are going to reverse higher right now. I mean over here. So this is the fair value gap for YM. I mean Nasdaq. If we close above after trading 2 weeks, then that is bullish, right? And there it is a possible seek and destroy profile as well. So seek and destroy, it only have like 15 more minutes to complete the move up into 10 a.m.'s high. Okay, so I'm waiting for the close of NQ. 30 more seconds to go. If the close is within the fair value gap, I can accept that. That means it has to drop like close to 70 handles in 20 seconds. 10, 5, 4, 3, okay, close. Closed the position. Because NQ closed above the bullish fair value gap. That is the only reason why I closed ES. So I'll see for the next 15 minutes. If it trades lower, I might look for a re-entry. So seek and destroy is basically this one. Oops, what did I just do? Where is it? Oh, the drawings. So over here we have this, right? So this is the AM session quarters. Over here, expanding range. All right. So in Q2, we took out Q1's high and Q1's low. In Q3, we took out Q2's low and Q2's high. And then in Q4, we took out Q3's low. The next is Q3's high. It has to do it within this candle though. So that's a deciding factor. So it's only YM that's creating this expanding range. I mean, not YM. Why do I keep saying YM? It's only NASDAQ that is providing this expanding range. If you look at ES, it did not provide that expanding range. It's more clean. So overall, right now I am up only 300. 1008 to go. Really tricky price action here. ES is staying within the fair value gap in terms of bodies. NASDAQ is just trying to trade higher. So the immediate balance is working out so far for NASDAQ. I'll be watching NASDAQ for now to see what it wants to do. On a 1 minute, we traded into a 50 minute speedy array. We have phantom trend line here. We took out this high. Trading back into RTH gap. I mean, we're trading above the RTH gap. This is it this low? Yeah, this lows has to hold if we're going to go higher in the next 10 minutes. Right here, we have traded into OTE. On the 15th, we put some sell stops and we have traded into 50%, not OT yet. Right now we're closing above and a bearish fair value gap. I mean, we're trying to close above. In 9 minutes time. 9 candles. Possible? Very tricky here. On the 5 minutes, we only traded into the bullish order block. Seconds. like this OTE if it's going to offer right here. Basing off of time. I might be wrong on this. Where is it? What is the stop? 400. I'll go in market. I have to see the reaction here. It's not doing it. Seven more minutes to go. Let's see the close. Okay. I'm looking for the draw up here. Buy limit. The next fair value gap. Oops. Yesterday's PM session's high. It has to do it in 6 minutes. Let's go. Once we take out this high, I can move my stops to this low. Five more minutes. Going to mark the 10 AM highs. It's here. It's unwilling to move. Come on. Not looking good. Right now it's back into OTE. From this low to this high. Last chance here. I'll wait for the close. Okay. What does it want to do? It's running out of time. 3 minutes. Yes, it's respecting the fair value gap so far. We're forming this. I'll just wait. Worst case scenario, I'll just look for shorts if it closes below the fair value gap and just treat it as high resistance, because it's failing to get up into this level. ES is closing really nicely so far. We can take out the lows right here. I'll wait for the 50 minutes close. It's like a 2 more candles. From this high to low, OT is right here. It's moving in my favor. On ES. Man, this is outrageous. How can you do this to me? Entering at midnight open. I just need how much? 1002. I just put it here. I just need 1002. For this high to this low right here, OT is way up here. From this range, high to low, 50% is right here at the daily opening price. Five minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute. The impulse of the move was here to here. 50% is this fair value gap right here. Oops. I just need 1002. In that case, that is going to be, I'll need to calculate. For 1 unit, 1002, somewhere around here. I'll just put it at this old high then. So 1002. Let me just double check. Oh no, it's 2002. So 2002, 678. Yeah, 2002. It is right here at this order block right here. Okay, gonna move it here and modify. Thank you. Oh, right at 0.5. I mean, if it provides the OTE, of course. Okay, turn it off. We have this fair value gap right here. That took out the high. It failed to run into that first time. So the second time it drops into it, I need to see large down close candles. Man. What a day. I should just trusted the OT. Next time I'm just not going to manage the position. This is what happens when you micromanage the position. I need to learn how to take a loss. So once we take out this low, I need to see acceleration lower. We're running out of time. I mean, we're not running out of time, but we are starting the expansion lower. So for me, it still can provide the OTE right here. That would be back into the 50 minutes fair value gap. That is possible. Even though I don't really want to see that because OTE was offered on the higher time frames. Man, ES just hit my target. I think so, if I'm not wrong. Stupid NQ doing stupid stuff. And don't you dare retrace higher NQ. It's time for you to drop. You've been lagging. All this nonsense. What is this? Oh. Man, just run the lows already. Anticipating low resistance liquidity runs towards my objective. Just making sure. I need to double check. I don't want to be sitting in this and then later on when it fails the target I'm not passing it. I just need to double check. 2.1 2.1. Why is it 2.1? I need 2.2. Just to be safe. Okay, I mean I just do calculator. I hate passing challenges. 19435 minus 19316 equals 119 multiplied by 2 0. Where's the multiply? 2 0. Yeah. Yep. This should be more than enough. Just give it to me. NQ used the first fair value gap like champ. Yes, also used the first fair value gap as well. Is it? I'll check back later. Oh, maybe I can check back now. You mean this one? On this retest? Yeah, probably on this retest, but all this while and all this while down here, this fair value was basically useless. I want to blame someone for my hardship today. I blame our cash. Why do you say that? Why are you scaring me? Just kidding. Yes, teleportation time. Woohoo! Woo! Bring me the money. Bring me the prize. Come on, man. Just do it already. Can you imagine if it doesn't run into the target and then reverse on me? Can you imagine that? Because I can't. I think I'll just blow the account straight away. There's nothing to jinx actually. It's all algorithm. It needs to do what it needs to do. I can't stop it. Nothing I say will change. There was a time earlier this year. Something happened to you. I dropped. Ooh. That's crazy. Wait, was I mute all the while? I was speaking, man. So, man, shit. But anyways, for days, quarterly theory, I thought you have the, after the, oh, for days quarterly theory, I only watch his one video on YouTube. The rest is all from leaks. So for the leaks, the main thing he said is SSMT and PSP. Yeah, then all you need is the SSMT and the PSP. PSP is like it's more like a PD array. It's like an entry mechanism. But it's very hard to do for the PSP. How is it boring? What? I think his lessons are fine. I mean, what kind of lessons? Are you talking about the leaks? I'm not sure about the leaks. I only watch it for the SSMT. Oh, thank you, KUM. But it might run against me, right? So it's too early to say. Until this position is closed, then maybe the congratulations would be more fitting. Yeah, I mainly trade NASDAQ and ES. On this particular account. I do have like a FTMO account for the Forex, but that is more like a swing trade. What do you mean I took ES? No, I was answering his question about do I only trade like NASDAQ and ES. ES would have been completed by now, and right now I have to withstand this retracement for NASDAQ. Irritating. You mean the streamer or the chat? The chat can go off topic when there are more people here. I don't go off topic, it's only because I don't know how to entertain. Yeah, answering questions is okay, but when there are no questions asked, I don't talk about other things unless there's something printing on the charts. Come on now, we just break lower. I just need that, like a few more points, like maybe 40 more points. You mean Singapore afternoon? Nah, I don't think you missed much, but just some trades, short little scalps here and there. Yes, of course, if there is more people, it's going to be very difficult to answer everybody. Yeah, I know you're SG based. I'm just joking. Don't tell me I have to wait for another 15 minutes candle to paint before my buy limit is filled. I am 30. Yeah, why? What do you mean for real? Why would I lie about my age? I'm not a woman. My voice is... Man. Well, I have no comments on that. I can't control my voice. It's really gonna trade into the fat for the gap, huh? How can you do this to me when you toyed with my feelings? Nasdaq. No man, I can't pyramid like that. Not in this scenario. Pyramids are the stop loss has to move to break even for me to pyramid. In this case, because I'm not entering based on any models, I'm just entering based off the price action itself. So I can't allow myself to pyramid like this. Let's just say if I had held the OTE, then on the 1 minute when it starts to break lower, I can pyramid, but not right now. I would like to see this fair for the gap hold the price. If it wants to offer OTE, I can't help it, but it should not, because it has offered right here based on this range high to range low. So this range high to range low, it should not offer OTE. If it does, then it's really unfair to me. I'm just saying. Post breakdowns depends, because right now this is more like a non-model trade, so I don't do post breakdowns for this type of trades. And for usually, if I'm not commenting, like let's just say the trade pans out when I'm away, like AFK, and then it runs to fruition in terms of either stop loss or target, and when I place the trade limit orders, I was not able to speak about the game plan or what's the overall framework for the trade. Then I would do a post breakdown. If not, usually if I'm commenting on it as it pans out, I wouldn't do like a post breakdown, because it's like me repeating everything the second time. So I think it's easier for viewers who watch the stream after to just run me on 2x speed and then just watch me or just watch the live stream itself as I commentate on it. I think that would be easier. At the same time, it's actually better for viewers to do that because you would gain pseudo experience as well as you see the candles print, even though it's like 2x the speed. Yes, life is unfair. At this rate, I think it's going for the bearish order block. It seems like it before a run lower. I hope not, but we do have a breaker here. Yes, I am Asian. Is that what you're trying to say? Asian? Or do you mean something else? It was like a typo. What is on the 15 minutes? 3 more minutes to the close of the 15 minutes candle. It's giving me gray hair, man. Why? Why? High resistance. How irritating. Above this high, it's going to form a 15 minutes fair value gap. I hope that it doesn't need to trade to that high, this particular candle's high. Let's see how the 5 minutes close. It hasn't even closed. How can you say it's still looking good? By the way, this fair value gap is actually from this volume balance to this level right here. So it's quite a large fair value gap. So the only thing that is stopping price from trading above this fair value gap is the breaker and the order block. That's it. And the only reason that it trades into this right here would be high resistance. Best case scenario, of course, we get a breakaway gap. Then this would indicate price would really love to gravitate aggressively lower. Yes, and there's the inversion fair value gap as well. Seeing candle printing is stressful. I think for me, the more stressful thing is not knowing where the candle is going to gravitate to, or should I say where the draw is. The printing is not that difficult actually. I mean, not that stressful for me, but it might be because I have been watching this for like 2 years straight. so yeah, it kind of numbs the feeling. But I like watching how candles paint. It's not like I find it boring or what. I really like watching it. It's like I'm addicted to it. Execute, set stop loss, and TP close chart. That's what I do for the FTMO account. Turn off the position. Once you set it, just switch off the positions. And then you won't be able to see anything. Yeah, it's a new 50 minutes candle, and this candle's high is actually a 50 minutes fair value gap. YM has traded into the fair value gap. I would like to see S&P and ES. I mean, I would like to see ES and Nasdaq not trade into that fair value gap. That is also one form of SMT. There's a rejection block on ES, I think. I trade for me, bring it all the way at the low. Oh, the 4 hour and a 1 hour. That is a really long time frame. I mean, if I were to trade on that time frame, I would pretty much just leave it. I mean, leave the charts as well. Rejection block. Yeah, that is possible. Okay, so we trade into the fair value gap for Nasdaq and ES, I think. I'd like to see a break lower now, but it feels like it wants to offer high resistance. BenQ is not behaving today. I don't like how we're trading higher now. We're still in this range. Oh, we didn't have a fair value gap for for Nasdaq. So this is more like a immediate rebalance. Okay. I'm fine with that. So it has to displace at this candle. So we have 8 more minutes to go. Immediate rebalance, trading into a bearish order block. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nasdaq, for the torture. I guess you're driving to my target right now. If we can disrespect this bullish fair value gap, that would be great. And then when we take out the low here, my target would be filled. South Georgia. What? Okay, did we close below the fair value gap? Let's just take a look. We closed right on the low. I mean, that is good, but I prefer like a close below. The close is 19375.5. 19377. Right at the lows. Okay. Cool. Cool. What a brutal retracement, man. Come on, you better wipe that low. Oh. And then run for my targets. Wow, you're from Russia. Please, please, please. Please. Do it within this candle, please. It has to though, because it's the 50 minutes immediate rebalance. Please. Come on. 3 more minutes. Anywhere to gauge if price will sweep or run over at the low. What do you mean by that? Displacement or sweep? I guess that's all depends on the what do you call it? The context and bias. Yeah, context and bias. Come on, man. Why do you have to do this? We didn't even close below the inversion. One more minute to go. I feel like vomiting. Just kidding. Your stop loss is my target. Again? Immediate rebalance and inside candle. It's okay as long as it closes below the inversion. I'm good. Man, if we close above the inversion, I'm gonna flip my table. Okay, good. Now, can you just please run to the lows? Please. Please. Let me get out. Let me end the stream. Oh, this inversion right here. This one. It utilized to take out this all high right here. What's the 1 hour candle doing? It's an inside candle for 1 hour. Oh, come on. You can do better. Man, it's already 12:30. The stream will not record after 1:30. So let's hope that it completes this trade by then. Because I'm going to reach the 12-hour maximum. So anything after 12 hours is not going to be recorded. I can still continue the stream, but it's just that it wouldn't be recorded after the fact. Monetize? I don't know, man. I'm not at that monetized stage yet. I have no idea. I never even thought about that. First to donate. I don't even know if that level is easily achieved. I think you need to hit like a certain milestone to be able to open up that donation thing. Yeah, but anyways, YouTube is just not what I'm looking for. I think let's just say if there's too many people in the chat and it just goes completely out of control, then I might stop streaming. If not, I'm just going to ignore the chat. So it's going to be like a one-sided stream. Right now it's still fine. But once it gets like I think streamers like Tanja or like those huge streamers, and probably I'm too lazy to do that those type of things. I wouldn't say tilt. Oh, maybe you're right. If I take losses, maybe. There's a thing called slow mode. I have no idea, man. I am very new to this thing here. In terms of live streams, yeah, because I didn't really explore too much about it. The only intention why I'm doing the live stream is just so that I can take like the perfect trade and I can record it, and then after that I can how would you say it, re-record it and then cut up the segment and then do like a fast speed up of that particular trade. That's what I like. That's the whole purpose of me doing the stream. Okay, so we are at macro right now. Price hasn't seen any reasonable displacement lower yet. Some speed, you say. Let's see. But I think we're going to close this candle as an inside candle on the 1 hours. So the probability of attacking the lows here is quite low actually. Right here. So we have one inside candle. This is going to be the second inside candle. Anyways, if we close this candle above this fair value gap right here, I might cut the trade. Alright, because for me, this fair value gap took out the highs. We traded lower and we closed above first time. This is the second time we are trading inside this fair value gap. So if it does not expand lower, or should I say if it does not close within the fair value gap, then to me it has a very like, let's just say if it closes above, then I think it's very highly likely that it's going to run up higher, and I'm just tired of this trade. So yeah. The good trades often don't leave you hanging like this. High resistance. I think the high resistance has already played out when it traded up into the OT 79% right here. So I don't see any reason for it to go up again, unless it wants to go above this swing high. That is acceptable, but it's pretty much like a balanced price range here. Like, we have been trading back and forth. So anything above this swing high is just, I don't see any reason for price to want to reach up into this level. So yeah. Okay, we're approaching the lows again. Finally, please. No, don't do this. No, you. No. Yes, please. Yes. Yes. Go for it. Thank you so much. Finally, this bullshit has ended. I am 9k and 200. Yay! Funded. Okay, so next. Okay, no, probably not next week, but next stream onwards, it's going to be funded, provided that they do it like in a 1 working day. Tomorrow CPI. So I don't have to do a recap for this. Oh, why TopStep? Oh, because they are more lenient on the payouts and the trading style. So for TopStep, you can change your trading style. So let's just say initially I was trading this OT, but because I'm nearing to my payout, I trade with lesser size and I trade scalps instead of this 15 minutes time frame. Then for this particular change in strategy, TopStep allows that. but I don't think my funded futures allow that, because what I heard from is if you change your strategy when you're nearing a payout, they will find reasons to deny you the payout. Because I've seen one trader, he trades live, and he was trading the expert plan. So expert plan technically has no rules, right? Like, yeah, my funded futures, it has no rules. So when he ran up his account from 50k to, from the 50k accounts to a profit of 15k, he requested a payout. That payout was rejected, and the reason is because they mentioned that he's trying to gamify the system by doing lower time frames when he is near the payout date, like when he's nearing the payout limit or whatever, then he was denied the payout. So that is so weird, right? Because naturally, if you're nearing the payout, you would like to reduce your risk just so that you can ensure that the payout goes through and not go into a large drawdown. And then it turns out then you can't take a payout. So because of that, he wasn't paid out, and then after that he left the account and decided to trade live. So for TopStep, they don't have this indication whereby you cannot change your strategy. So you can always change your strategy, like how suddenly you want to scalp. A lot of rejections. No, I don't see that. I don't know where you saw it, but I don't see this rejections in terms of TopStep. I've never seen, in fact, I've never seen a rejection. Yeah, you can ask. But anyways, I just took out a payout from TopStep. I have a separate funded account already, so I just took a payout. So for me, it's fine. It works for me. I use Wise, so they pay to my Wise account, and from Wise I pay now to my bank account using Wise. So the transaction is basically instantaneous. From them, they pay out me like in 3 business days. They send me the email to claim the payout. So once I claim the payout, it's immediately on my Wise account. And then on my Wise account, I do the pay now. That is instant, right? So yeah, it's instant. For TopStep, my funded futures do Wise as well, I think. I'm not too sure. Yeah, and then the thing about TopStep is that they don't have like a like when you go to live, you can trade really large sizes. I'm not sure if my funded futures has that capability, because they don't really pay out like huge amounts. Because once I saw TopStep, they paid out like a 6-digit for one of their live traders. Six digit, man. Oh, is it? Oh, the consistency rule. Oh yeah, the thing about my funded futures is that they have consistency rule even if you get onto the funded stage, unless you buy the expert plan. Other than that, for starter plans, they have the consistency. So your highest profit cannot be more than a certain percentage of your current of your max profit. So that is something as well. So TopStep doesn't have this consistency thing. So one day you can make like 10k, and then you go on to make $200 for the next 4 days, and then you still can withdraw, right? So for my own live account, I do have it. I trade them all. As long as profits are available, I'm gonna take advantage of it. Because for live, obviously I'm not gonna risk as much as the profits, right? So yeah, I trade them. I do have like a own personal account as well. So whatever trades that you see on live stream, not all, but those high probability trades, it's the same exact trades that I took for the live account and for the funded account. It's just that I don't say it in case of legal issues. So this right here is clearly a prop firm, which is simulated funds. So it's demo. Demo money. Even when I go live, it's still demo money. Yeah. That's why it's always better to build up your live account in terms of capital so that you can scale. And it's quite easy to scale with live. Yeah, it multiplies a lot. It can overtake your live account. I mean, in terms of profit, it can overtake your live account, but in terms of scaling, live can be really fast because you can risk a lot. Like, let's just say for prop firms, usually you would only risk like 1% or 0.5%, but for the live, I can risk like 5%. So if my win rate is high, 5% is nothing, right? So I can, yeah, but if the win rate is high, that doesn't matter. So if it is high and I risk 5% for every single trade, high probability trades is what I'm talking about, then I can compound it like extremely fast. For NQ I trade micros, for ES I trade mini. And for live account, I find it easier to lose, or should I say the fear of losing is not there, because you have like a really huge buffer. But for the prop firms, you don't really have much of a buffer to work with. Like, they only give you like 6% drawdown. how can you how can you trade 6% drawdown? Like, that is like maybe 2 to 3 trades for me on my live account. 6%. I can only take like 2 to is it? Yeah, 2 to 3 trades. One trade maybe 2% for my live account. And on those really A+ days, I can bump it up to 5 if I want to. But yeah, so the risk would be more dynamic. What day? Anyways, just to look at the executions, just for a recap before I end the live streams. Right here, all these little scalps during the morning for NQ, and then for ES I have more during the London session here. So today is more like a really bad day. I mean, in my opinion, because I took more than 2 trades. That's one thing, and the other thing is a lot of give and take. So if I reduce all this, it is actually very easy. Yep, and see you on the next stream. Yes, as long as the green day. No, it doesn't work like that. A good day is not a green day. A good day is when the model paints and you take the model, and whatever happens. That is a good day. Like in this case, I took the model, but I chicken out the last minute. So that's not a good day. And then over here as well, I did some scalps that is not my model at all. So that is also a bad day. Yeah, for me it's like a one shot, one kill day. That would be a good day. Usually I do that, like for one shot, one kills for my live accounts. One shot, one kill for the day, or one shot, one kill for the week. Yeah, the stop loss has to be anchored to the fibs. So let's just say if I use the 1, so the stop loss has to be at 1. I can't shift it. I can't like try to finesse it. because the stop loss here and the entries are all here, all I have to do is to aim for 0.5. And even at the lowest entry, that's going to give me 2R. Obviously at 705, then it's going to be 4 to 3R, I believe. So yeah, for 2R that's 62, and over here would be 3R, sorry, 3R. Yeah, 0.5. Unless there is days like I think price is not trying to move too much, I'll aim for 25. So in this case, it would be close to 2R minimum, right? 2R. And then over here, that would be 2.5 of the projection, whatever the fibs. So in this case, let me just show you an example. In this case, I anchored the fibs from here to here for ES, correct? Let me just remove the executions. So for ES, I anchored this range. As long as it trades here, and then we drop lower, I'm looking for an extension up till 25. Minimum 25. Maximum expansion 0.5. That is my best case scenario, 0.5. For very volatile days, like let's just say I'm anticipating the weekly expansion, right? Expansion on a weekly candle. Let's just say I happen to catch that day, it's going to be 1. So the risk to reward can really escalate. Escalate in terms of like profits. Right, so for example, let me just let me just remove all the drawings. Where is it? Hey, why can't I remove? Oh, okay. So let's just say I'm taking the 1 shot 1 Q on a weekly candle, right? Usually that happens to be the case, right? You have SMT on the highs on the daily candles, and then you see this expansion right here, and you know that the weekly is bearish. You're taking in everything's aligned, and you're looking for the lows down here. Okay, so the high on the 15 minutes candles right here, using the fibs from the high to the low that it formed right here, trading into 62%, I can look for 25, that's below this lows, or I can hold for 0.5. And that is usually the maximum expansion, as you can see right here on Friday. It returned up after trading into 0.5, right? So 0.5 is the best case scenario. Over here as well, when we take this projection, 25, 0.5, right? Same thing over here, high to low. This is on a weekly time frame, by the way. That's why I'm taking the fibs from the previous day's projection. 25, 0.5, 1. This is like one of the strong days. You can get 1, but usually 0.5 is the maximum. And then you might have to hold on for the next day if you're looking for 1. That's usually the scenario. Because I'm trading on a weekly. But if you're trading on the daily, you don't really have to go too far in terms of like projection. So on the daily, let me find a good example here. I think it happened on the previous week. Yeah, right here. So right here, this is an SMT high. So SMT high, put out the fibs, 62%, dropping down into 25 and 0.5 in the later part of the day, and then 1. Right, so if you utilize the fibs on the lower time frames, capturing the daily range rather than the weekly, you tend to get this too. And then this before the day closes. So you wouldn't have to hold on to any positions into the next day. So this is what I usually do for the prop firms. Because prop firms, they don't allow you to hold it overnight. Zero. This is actually a very good model to build up capital. because the zero level is it's like a sure 100%, like you're gonna get it 90% of the time. So in this case, zero will net you like about 1.6 hour, and that's really good when your win rate is very high. So you just imagine 1.6%. I mean, you're risking 1%, 1.6% per trade. So in no time you'll be 10%. On the basing off the daily model. I mean, trading within the daily candle. You can get really good results with just 1.6 hour. Don't be fooled by the risk to reward. In terms of monetary value, that's a lot. So right here, as far as you can see, 0. Usually, if you find yourself switching bias really often and you find it very difficult to adjust with regards to that, then you could probably trade on the lower time frames, which means you're looking for 4-hour candles and 6-hour candles, and you'll be looking for OTs on the 5 minutes and the 1 minute. That is totally possible as well, which is what I did during the London session. So over here in the London session, I believe I took ES. Right here, as you can see, we closed above the down close candle on the 4 hours. Right, so this is the start of London session. This is 2 a.m. Looking at this fair value gap right here, I know that we're trading up here. Okay, so dropping down into the 5 minutes. (2 a.m. is right here. Okay, so this candle forms right here. Look at how we took out the swing low, and then we traded higher, disrespecting the fair value gap. So this is by itself a change in the state of delivery. So just applying the fibs on the 5 minutes candle, looking for this high right here, the 4-hour fair value gap. Right here, the fibs extension. Let me just crop it. So from this low to this high, the retracement to 62, 705, all the way up into 2.5 and 0.5. It didn't even need to hit the 4-hour fair value gap. And then you find yourself in 2 to 3 hour. On the lower time frames, it's really easy, and just imagine the amount of opportunities you would have on the lower time frames as compared to the higher time frames. So you can parlay this up really quickly. Oops. Yeah, practice makes perfect. Alright, any more questions before I end the stream? Alright, good night. Have a nice day. Tomorrow, have a nice day.